It's 9 o'clock. Could you please stand and join us in the flag salute? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
So, we have a motion to approve the minutes of the Monday, January 21st meeting.
So moved. I'll second.
It's been moved by Huguenin and seconded by Peterson. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. We have a motion to authorize and direct the chairman to sign 2 tax abatements in the amount of $250.82.
I'll make the motion. I'll second.
It's been moved by Peterson and seconded by McCurry. Any discussion? Looks like maybe they're taking it off of 1 and we're taking it off of 2 and adding it onto 1, changing who's paying it, I guess, is the way I read it anyhow.
I got some explanation ahead of the meeting. So.
Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Move to approve the CP-4U dated January 21st, 2025, reflecting the 3% COLA effective 12/16/2024.
That's for your department head. So I'm still working on the hourly chart, getting the 3% updated, but I have the department heads done.
Mm-hmm.
And we have got it all changed in the payroll system, so that's not a worry there. That's going to take effect. It's you enter it one place and it goes across everybody, so I'll have the other chart.
I'll make the motion.
And a second.
I'll second it.
Been moved by McCurry and seconded by Peterson. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay. So I guess we don't have nobody from River City Construction.
Today, I need to print those up for you. I'm so sorry.
Well, we got just a moment after, we had a little discussion last week about comments from the public and received a couple phone calls and visited with Mr. Bowie this morning, and we probably need to make it our policy that public comments come at the end of the meeting in respect for the people that we have on our agenda and to move along so we're not delayed or whatever. So welcome comments, but we'll ask for them to be at the end of the meeting from now on. So I guess we just will move on to Rhonda, hadn't we? Housing Authority Director Rhonda Gilbert and USD 244 Superintendent Craig Marshall. Discussion of land next to the rec center. Welcome, folks.
Okay. I do have a map I'd like to pass out to you guys. One. So Craig and I have been kind of talking about this for a while, the different things on housing and everything. He's always a good supporter. He's helping us with the city here in Burlington to get a developer's agreement going and everything, and we appreciate all his support on that and everything. But the piece of property that I've got the map on there, that is to the west of the rec center that the school has. And we've been talking about different options on, how we could maybe work that property. I mean, I don't want to talk for...
Well, no, I can kind of start with our discussion, and Rhonda and I, we talk an awful lot because housing, guys, housing is so important. I know I'm not telling you anything, not only in the city, but in the county, just in general. We just need so much housing. Our board is interested in moving forward with trying to develop that land for housing. we own that land. The rec center used it for like practices and things like that. Now that we have our turf fields, everybody's practicing on our turf fields. That's just being, quite honestly, it's just being mowed by the rec center now. They'd love to get it off their mowing list and just be able to get it to be used for something other than just, like I said, just them mowing it once a week. So with that being said, that land, you know, I talked with Rhonda about us, and my board asked me to talk to Rhonda about us working together in some way, shape, or form, somehow, some way. We've talked about, do we auction that land off? What you know, if you auction it off to somebody and they buy it, then we put some parameters on that land. You'd have to have it, you know, everything would have to be built in within like 2 or 3 years, whatever our parameters would be. Well, then you got to hold somebody accountable and responsible for that. So we talked about the housing authority and working in some way, shape, or form with them, because we know they're going to make sure it gets developed, gets taken care of, and we get houses there. It's a prime location. It's right by the rec center. It's close to people that, you know, obviously they want to walk to the rec center and do some activities or whatever. It's close to our high school and middle school, so if people want to go and watch games or use the track to walk, you know, just to stay in shape and active and so on and so forth. So that's when we started talking about this. Our school board, we're not trying to make millions and millions and millions of dollars on that piece of property. We just want to see it develop so that some people could have some nice housing and it could help the community. So we've talked a little bit about that, and our concern, this is probably where I'll let Rhonda talk, the concern with that piece of land deals with drainage and trying to get that all, you know, taken care of, because right now it's just draining kind of on a diagonal from maybe the northwest corner to the southeast corner. You'd have to figure out the drainage piece to get you know, that land so it wouldn't be a flood issue. And
I was
so,
gonna say, is that in floodplain?
No, I don't think that's
I don't
that
think
at all.
so.
No, not with the new plan or anything. It's just that this is really chopping up your whole block. You know, you can see
Right.
that. And if we could get the proper drainage going, then we could have more lots available for building, of course. You know, I think that we could probably get 6 if we could get the drainage correct.
Correct.
So I did talk with CF&S Engineering, and I said, you know, hey, could you just look at this and see, you know, is it going to be a real big issue? Because they've got a lot of stuff going on up there. And he said no, he felt like that they could do a drainage survey and kind of line it out and everything. So I've been in contact, you know, with the city and everything. They've told me where the sewer goes, which is down the middle, things like that. So the cost is what's kind of hurting us, because it's going to hurt Craig a little bit with being able to, you know, sell the property for a developer to have to put that kind of money into it too. They kind of gave me an estimate that if I wanted a plot survey, it'd be around $10,000, and then a drainage survey for the ditch would be about $8,000. And so, of course, you don't want us to really have that money in our budget to do that, and we didn't know, you know, we thought we'd have a discussion with you guys to see if you felt like, you know, this would be something that we could go forward on, and, you know, if you guys could help us out on that.
I don't have a problem helping you out. I don't need the housing. I drove by that many times. That ditch doesn't really drain off the surface. It's just draining from one block to the next is all it's doing. So I'm in hopes that they could just come up with some sort of tube or something, for lack of better terminology, at the moment, and cover it up. And you'd have to know where that's at for building purposes, but or it's getting your surveys done. I don't have a problem. I just want to know where your mind might be headed on the financing and the housing part.
Well, that would kind of be, we'd have to have a discussion with the school board and everything, what their options
So
are.
this is the schools, is that correct?
This is our land, yes.
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 We've kind of discussed a few options of, you know, possibly doing something with it, you know, if we would get a lot or something like that. But it could be up to everyone, of course, but we just want development, of course, but, and then, you know, the problem is that no developer probably is going to want to spend that kind of money to get the ditch drainage,
Yeah.
survey done. That's why we were kind of wondering if we could get that to kind of help the school to then decide which direction they want to go with it.
I think if you guys are supportive of helping us out with these surveys, then the next step is for Rhonda to come to our board meeting in February 10th, to have this discussion with our board, and then that can hopefully get the ball rolling and moving forward. Because again, we would like to see sooner the better for housing. I'm concerned for us with our new staff finding housing around here. Just this past year, a new teacher here was in 3 different rentals in 3 months because the first one was not good, the second one was even worse, and the third one finally got to a place where I was afraid we were going to lose that teacher. I mean, we need that housing in some way, shape, or form, whether it's single-family homes, duplexes, apartments, whatever. In this case, we want the housing in this area to fit the housing in the area currently, and just anything we can do to keep housing on the forefront moving forward, I think is beneficial to our community and our county. So, if you guys are willing to help us out with this, then we take that next step with Rhonda coming to our board meeting.
And you say the survey is what, 10,000?
The plot survey, they said, would be about 10,000, and then the ditch drainage survey is 8, is what Corbin told me.
I guess from what I know around town is lots to build on are hard to find.
Mm-hmm.
That's the main problem. So if this lot was surveyed, prepped, ready to build on, it'd be more enticing for somebody to build their own house, whether it be Craig Marshall or whoever.
Right.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have to necessarily be a developer, it could be.
But it just needing a lot.
And if we have it up to 6 houses, I mean, that's I think that's enticing for some contractor to build, because they know, like, 6 houses, there's the chance, obviously, they could be there for a while, and that's a good, like I said, it's a good area. I mean, to me, that would be an ideal area for somebody. You have that availability of the rec center, and then you have the availability of the middle school and high school events, and you're just right across the street, so.
Are you planning on keeping that property and selling it to a developer, or what's your future goals here to do with it?
To me, again, it would, obviously our board would have to make a decision, but I've talked with our board, and what they want to see, we don't see a need for that property for the school district. We've had it forever. We believe we've got enough property around that area, around Burlington High School and Burlington Middle School for us. So with that being said, we want that property to be usable. So I'm going to say, without speaking for our board, I think they have an interest in working with the housing authority to make that area develop into a very nice area that fits that neighborhood. So I don't necessarily think we're looking to sell it. We talked about a variety of different things in terms of we could sell it to the housing authority, or do we wait until let's say a house is built on there and it's sold, and then we work a certain dollar amount based on the sale of the house for that property that fits, and then that would be paid back to the school. Does that make sense? So there's a number of different ways we could look to do it that way, like one house at a time as it's sold, and then a certain dollar amount is paid back to the school. We could look to sell it all to the housing authority. We could do that. We could, like I said, we could put it up for auction, which we had the discussion before. But we have some concerns there because we don't want somebody to buy that land and sit on it for 30 years.
That's the same thing we've had happen here. We sell some stuff, and we
Right.
think it's for an intended use, and then they don't do anything with it.
We know Rhonda wants to see housing. We want to see housing. We know that that's going to happen, so it helps us not to have to be making sure somebody's built on it within 2 years or 3 years, depending on the agreement, and then to have to enforce the contract that somebody has signed, and you got to go back and figure out, what to do if they don't build on it. Which, like I said, that's not our goal here. We want houses so that we can help our community.
Right.
So you've got a little over an acre and a third, something like that there. I mean,
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think so,
Right.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
so how many houses, in the best case scenario, how many houses could go on that?
Well, if we could get the drainage right, we feel like maybe a good 6 would be on there. That kind of lines up with the rest of the blocks that,
How they're laid out.
Yeah.
Yes.
We don't want to crowd, and make it too much, and right now, it would be kind of have to do that. Not everybody probably like that ditch going down there,
Right.
so.
Would the district, I mean, you can't speak for the board or anything
Of
like
course.
that, would they be willing to split that cost?
I think they're entertaining, they'd be interested in entertaining any option to get this moving forward. So, you know, again, I don't want to speak for them, but I think they would be interested in any possible option. You know, we could, and Rhonda and I have talked about this, the school district, we could fix this drainage problem. We could take care of the money, the surveys, and we could plot it all out and everything, and take money out of our budget. But if we do that, that's going to raise the price of this property. I would just assume whoever's working it in terms of putting houses on there, I want them to get it the way they want it to, whoever the builder is. I want them to make sure it fits their needs. So if we put money into it, that increases the price of the property. If we can keep as much money out of this for us, we would be willing, our board, I think, is willing to sell it at a reasonable price. Like I say, we're not looking to make millions and millions of dollars off of this. We just want housing to go. So, again, our board's interested in any possible option.
I've said what I thought.
Mhm.
So I assume if the improvements are made on that, the drainage improvements and everything, then there'd be some restrictions to where there would say you're gonna have 6 homes on the lots, make it to where somebody cannot buy 2 lots or, you know,
Right,
like
Craig
have
and
5
I
houses
talked
or
about that.
4.
Right, we want to have a plan, you know, that, hey, if you build this, you're gonna have a house within a certain amount of time. You know, not just holding it up and everything, that's why it's probably best not to just, you know.
And not allow somebody to buy adjoining lots to keep somebody from building.
Right.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
I agree, Mark.
I-
Yeah.
Happened so many times. in
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
Mhm.
yeah.
You know, I think 6 lots there gives people, I mean, it's a nice sized yard. It's not going to be 2 acres, but it's going to be a nice sized area, a lot for you to have a home on.
So would the survey plot out those 6 lots, or is that just, or what's the plan there?
Well, he said that he would do the plot survey, so I think that will help us,
That-
yeah,
right,
to
right.
get it where we should put the housing and stuff, and then the drainage survey. And of course, we'll have to see what the cost, of course, the drainage is, but,
So if the housing authority would buy this, so what would your plan, how would you handle it?
you mean before anything was done, or what, I'm not sure what you're saying, Steve.
Okay, say we help.
Oh, get the
so that-
surveys,
Right,
mhm.
and then you acquired that land, then how would you go out and look for developers or?
Yeah, we would just probably see, you know, of course, I'm always working with my consultants and trying to get, you know, funding and stuff here and everything. If my board decides to purchase it, then it would probably be, we could only probably do 1 or 2 houses a year type thing with my budget, the way it is.
Right.
And, but yeah, we would just kind of go along, but once you put your sign there, I get developers all the time asking me, hey, do you got any lots, and stuff, so it would be out there that somebody could purchase it from us too, if they have the intention
Of
building a house, which,
But those intentions, you could make that
yes,
You
part
could
of it.
write that in the contract.
absolutely. Mhm. Yep.
I guess I would be interested in helping. I would like to see the school district have some money in it too. I would be interested in helping have, or something like that. And that's,
So we're looking at 18 of the total cost, if we pay 10 or 12 or something of
Yeah.
that, or?
I think that's what,
I'm not
$18
just throwing
total
out,
cost.
talking figures, I'm
Mhm.
open for any suggestions.
well, I am too.
Yeah.
I'm just, because you're right, housing is needed. In every,
That's a big issue.
Every city throughout the United States back there.
yeah.
Yeah.
As long as it's affordable housing or affordable,
That'll be tough to do.
I know Tom,
That is
but
tough.
if you're looking at a $350,000 house,
Mhm.
I'm
Yes.
just throwing numbers out for a
Correct.
teacher, that's probably not gonna happen, is it?
Well, it depends on, again, the family. Like, for example, we are interviewing people now, and they're asking me, what's your housing market? And I have to tell them the truth, and so it...
And I just use that number.
Yeah, well, correct. I think it all depends, too, on, as we know, if we get housing in our community, that can cause potential movement from within. Somebody may want to downsize if they've got a nice option, and it's close to, like, for example, say a person that has maybe a larger home, wants to downsize, they may want to move into one of these properties. It's going to be close to the rec center. They can go walk, exercise, do those activities, those exercise type opportunities. That may, who knows, it may be a domino theory. So it could open up housing. But I know we're interviewing families right now that they're asking, two in particular, I can think of asking, what's your housing outlook? And I have to be honest with them. It's going to be hard. You may find one or two possibilities. You're not going to have 20 houses to choose from.
Rhonda, what was your total cost on the house at Gridley?
Well, I'm not completely done with it, but I think it's gonna probably be in the 220 probably range is what I'll probably have it.
I don't know if that can be duplicated again, but
Yeah, it may be. Yeah, it kind of depends. That's on a slab, 3-bedroom. Yeah.
Yeah.
We just have
yeah, I
to,
mean, which
but it
seems,
depends on what the cost of the lots and all that and
yeah,
everything too.
it
Like,
seems very
yeah.
reasonable to me at the time, and I guess the constructions went okay. I mean,
Yeah, we're getting ready to have an open house, so yeah, finally, so yay. We'll talk about all of it, so.
yeah, okay.
But that hadn't been going on that long, I mean, when did that start?
It's been going on for a little longer than what I had
Because
hoped
some
for.
of them went for some windows.
Yeah.
Windows,
Yes,
okay,
we've had
right.
some delays and stuff, but yeah, I mean, it's been about a year, so.
So, maybe 250 might
Yeah,
be
it may be at this
you
point,
know, if
because
somebody's
everything's going on.
interested in a slab type home, that might be a doable.
Yep.
I guess the payments maybe are half reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
Your ask right now is for help with the survey, for the plat and the drainage.
Yes,
Once that is done,
then we'll have to
The
figure out what
fix
the
for the
cost of the
drainage.
drainage, yes.
is there any idea what that might be,
Corbin
or
did
how
not-
that's gonna be
no.
approached?
No, and that's the only thing, that would be another possibility, that if the school saw, okay, it is beneficial to us to do that, or if it's too much, that would be, we just thought if we could help this part, even a developer, if they wanna put that into the cost of, the house that they build. I mean, it's this is just the start of it, unfortunately, but. I wish
This is
I
step
could-
one.
Step one, yeah.
You have to let Cook Flat know you don't want a ditch running through there. I'm assuming you don't want a ditch running through the center of those properties.
Right,
Yeah.
right. We want them to reconfigure it to hopefully be able to go to the east and then down to the south, so. And that's what I told Corbin when I
Okay.
said, this is my thought, will this work? And he felt pretty good about that.
Yeah. The idea is to get off that angle there, you see,
Right.
and more divert it into like an L shape, if you will.
Right.
Go around the majority of the
You
property
got it,
that way.
yes, exactly.
And it may have to go north to south. I'm not sure on that yet.
Right.
Whatever's the
Wait
most
and
peaceful.
see.
Yep.
Correct.
I'd make the motion to, pay for half of it, not to exceed $10,000 on the plotting of it and the drainage survey.
I would say that.
It's been moved and seconded to, pay for half of the cost of the plotting and drainage survey, not to exceed 10,000. Is that correct, Tom? Yes. Any further discussion on that?
Back on, once it's done, then back to your point, I mean, or who would fix it then? I mean, is there a plan there to,
Well, that's where I was talking to the engineers, because this is something I haven't
Okay.
dealt with or anything, and that's, so I'm just trying to,
and I'm not trying to get,
no,
The
right,
cart.
the cart before the horse, that kind of thing, yeah. I would just go back to Corbin and say, hey, help me to figure out who does this, I wanna do it right. I would have to have the city involved so that they're good with it.
I was gonna say the
Everything
city
has
have
to
to
be-
be involved
yeah.
somewhere along.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
Have not to exceed.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Sure. All right. Thank you. Anything else?
I'm still in favor of paying it all, but We got community development fund sitting there, a decent amount in it, so that's just my opinion.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Do you wanna say where the land is?
Community development would be my guess.
On the flooding and drainage survey?
Yeah,
Located at,
It's cross street and Willett, I don't have the exact
Yes.
address.
so we can just put Cross Street and Willis.
yeah.
Will it?
Will
Yeah,
it?
that'd be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Just Willet,
Like the
Or-
Willett,
Willett
W-I-L-L-E-T-T?
Yeah.
UTT,
Yes.
E-T-T?
Yeah.
2 L's, 2 T's.
okay, and then you want funds to come from
Yeah.
community reserve, community improvement reserve fund, or,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Maybe we'll come back too. We may have to come back and visit too a little bit, so, yeah, let you know.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. This motion passed, so,
I say nay.
okay, 1 nay.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service on the county commission.
The
We
reason I
really
vote
appreciate it.
against that is because, like I say, I'm in favor of funding the whole thing.
Well, thank you.
I want to be as big a supporter for the housing authority as well as the schools that possibly can be.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it.
Yes, we appreciate everything. Have a good day, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks.
you.
You gotta stay.
I do, I get to stay. You
Talk
can
to
stay
you
on me,
later.
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys, I believe that you have in your packets, my year in review for 2024. I won't read everything word for word, I'll just kind of skim it and highlight it and go from that direction. On the Gridley House, we visited just a little bit on that. We are getting ready for an open house. We had a good inspection on Saturday. The city came over. We got a few little tweaks to do on things, nothing too much. And so now I just got to work around the weather and try to get a good day for that.
What was
Oh, go ahead.
what was the bid price on that? Do you remember?
195. Yes.
220, you said?
I'm just kind of throwing that out there because there are some things that I added. We changed,
I see, okay.
yeah, we changed, and that was, change orders went through, like I changed the cabinets a little bit, and just some things that I wanted a little bit different. We also had a little problem with the material, getting it and stuff, from the original, developer's plan, and so things did change a little bit on that. So I'm just throwing that out there to be safe with, we'll need a commission on that in case a realtor and everything, so
Right.
comes
Okay.
through with it and everything. So
When is
I
your
can-
open house?
I don't have it planned
Oh,
yet.
okay.
I'm trying to kind of work around see when the weather's going to be kind of good and get that going and everything. And so I'm getting my flyers ready, and I will definitely send one over to you guys. You're more than welcome to come and see it. It's a nice little house. So the city seems to be pretty happy with it too. It's, we partnered on that. They came to me and asked, hey, can we do a partnership on that? We don't want to, be in charge of it, and that worked out pretty good. That they paid for part of it and we paid for part of it. So
This lady's had the funds accumulated.
yes,
That'd be
yeah, they
my impression of it.
right, and soon
Try to
as
get the ball rolling.
yeah,
make
and they
something
kind of want to
happen.
do more in the future, so that's
Yeah.
kind of exciting, and hopefully maybe some other towns will kind of want to do that too. That's always good. Our Links and Cross property, I'm still working on trying to get multifamily housing out there. We went through the getting it all plotted out and everything to multifamily housing and stuff. I did speak with my consultants on trying to get tax funds and stuff like that, tax money to go towards that, the tax credits. And some Mennonite Housing, they're working with me possibly. We are trying to reel them in right now. They are from the Wichita area, and they want to come and help me do that because we haven't done tax credits before and everything. So they would have a stake in that. They've done a lot of housing around, and some like in Madison and some of the smaller towns They're doing some projects in Hillsborough, so it may be a couple of years before we can get them here, but I'm still working to try to develop that out for the apartments and everything. Some of our other properties, we've got the property next to my Burlington triplex that we hope to possibly maybe this year or next for sure. I want to rewrite for another moderate income housing grant. I get asked all the time on my Burlington triplex, do you have any openings? When are you building another one? But I do have to go around to my different communities, as you know, and I want to, give everybody a fair share on that. So, but hopefully, definitely by next year, I would like to do another one and put on that property. Let's see. The 412 South 4th, these are some building lots too that developers purchased from us. That's another example. We had a sign in the yard out here, and a developer contacted me and said, hey, I want to build a house. Can we do that? And so I would do the same thing if anything does work out with the school property, so that works out pretty good. Burlington triplex, just like I said, that's kind of the little history of it for some of you that, are new to the commission and stuff. I still have two of my original tenants in it, and they are great. It's just been a really good program. The money that I get from their rent, I just take that money and put back into my next project. So that kind of helped with Leroy's project and everything. We did go down to Leroy, build a nice complex down there. It's fully full now too. We continue to get good compliments on that and everything. At first they weren't so sure about it. It looked a little different because we were trying to match the downtown, but everybody seems to really kind of think that looks pretty good too. So.
How many apartments are in there?
Just 3. It's a triplex too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it looks bigger, of course.
Okay.
Just
is.
from the to make it look like the downtown area. We did receive the shovel funding. I still have some of that left. I have to pay some consultant fees to try to help get us going on our grants and things that for the tax credits, but we didn't receive it, and that's okay. But I do have some funding still left on that, so I'll be using that towards any of my projects that I get going. Cross Street property, that's the school one. We just kind of visited a little bit about that, where I've been kind of hounding Craig a little bit too. We need housing, and we also need contractors. And, I'm hoping, I'm going to talk about this at the school board meeting, so it's no secret, and I've been hounding Craig for quite a while. Like, could we do anything like, when my contractor's working on site there, especially across from the school, could we get some kind of a plan where some of these kids that maybe are not going to college, that maybe would like to, learn a trade, could they come over and kind of mentor under my contractors and stuff like that? And my contractors have all been very good about listening to that and saying, yeah, we need help, so this is kind of a win-win. So
Has the school
I'm
got a
working on it.
program like that already?
No, they have an industrial arts teacher and everything, and but we have not quite got that off the ground. I'm working towards it, so
Well,
it's
that'd
just
be
kind of
pretty
on my,
cool.
I know, I think it would be great, and that's, the problem was like if we had to bus them to a site, that's not a good idea.
Right.
This is right across the street if we could get something working, so I'm working on that, so. Home rehab, we are so busy. I would tell you guys that, if you know anybody that needs a ramp, needs insulation in their house, a new heater, or something like that, please send them my way because we do have quite a bit of funding for a grant on that. So I'm working away on that. We did receive $45,000 with a match this last year. We still continue to partner with ECAN as much as we can, and then some of the other USDA programs. They like to work with us because it's kind of like the cost share, back and forth, kind of works good. The greenhousing, we started that in 2018. We haven't done anything on that for a little while just because it got a little too expensive to be moving them in and everything with the fuel cost and everything. So we've kind of held off on that a little bit unless something comes along. We do have the Waverly House that still available that does have a tenant in there. He wanted to live in it a year. He works there locally, and then he'd like to see about purchasing it. So we're hoping that will work out.
That'd be good.
So these are houses that needed to be moved from their present
Yeah, up
location?
there, yeah, at Gardner, Edgerton, some of those places, we received word from a mover and said, hey, we're just gonna take these to landfill. And they were too good, but of course they've got the big development going on up there and everything, so
Yeah.
we would get a bid to move the house, and, they mostly went, we did one in Lebo, but most of them went to Gridley, so that kinda worked out well.
Okay.
Demolition, that's still very positive. I really appreciate you guys when you help on, waiving landfill fees and everything, and getting some of the structures down. That at least doing the cost of the landfill, that's great. So I appreciate that. Developers incentive, that's kind of picked back up, which I appreciate the funding on that from you guys on my budget. We're starting to get, I've got 3 houses that is enrolled, or 4 houses actually that's enrolled in that. So we pay the interest while they're developing it, or if they use their own funding, once the house is complete, we'll go in and look at it, and then we'll pay them up to $2,500. So that's good to get some developing going on. Federal Home Loan Bank, we did try to apply for that last year. We did not receive it, but we had a conference, and we talked to the lady about that, and so I think we have a very good chance of getting some money on that. That will be more rehab funding. Sometimes on my USDA, I'm limited to what I can do, and this one will help to be another buffer to get me more money, because doing a roof, it's pretty hard to do under $5,000, so then I have to find additional money, or somebody has to figure out where that's coming from. And so this will be my filler for that, to be able to do that. So I'm very excited. I think that comes up this spring, I believe, so if not, it's fall. We continue to promote Coffee County, as you know. We have our Facebook page, and always out there talking, going to the senior center, but truthfully, we put it in the paper and everything, but truthfully, it's like their neighbors and stuff are telling me, hey, this little lady needs this, or this little man needs this. So I'm trying to, make sure that people are aware of us, that we have funding to help you if you own your own house. So,
When your federal home loan, is that like an FHA?
the federal home loan, no, they have grant funding, and it's just basically, like a preservation grant that I'm going after. They have other programs, of course.
Right.
But it's basically that I would pay for the work to be done, and then I get reimbursed from them. And it kind of goes through Craig Meter. He is on the board. It's kind of through one of the banks and stuff like that. So it works out really well. From what I can see, I mean, Osage just had one, and so I've been trying. I think if they can get one, I can get one.
Sure.
So I've been working towards it. So then I did just kind of put in, our board of directors, so you know who's on our board, and then I did do the appraisal values. I would like you to see, I know you guys know, but we appreciate the D at the far is when we've used demo in some form, and just showing that, the taxes that you're getting off there is great. So I appreciate you, supporting our budget and everything on that. New construction homes and everything, what we have going on. Flip houses, like I said, we kind of haven't been doing too much on that right now. Some of our lots that we do have, we did purchase, I think I forgot to say that, up at New Strong. We purchased some lots up there, and so we're looking at developing some apartments possibly up there. So that will be exciting once we get going on our money. And then the rental properties, of course, we have the triplexes. Leroy is in our 5-year program still. The Burnson one is not, and so my board's talked about what we want to do with it, and right now we're keeping it. It could be a possibility that we sell it at some point, but it's good to get the funding off that to put back into my next project. It's kind of good too. So, any questions? I know it's kind of quick overview. We are busy. So,
Informative.
great. Well, we appreciate you guys, and we'll get back with you on what we find out at the school board meeting, and then the surveys and stuff, and let you guys know. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you guys so much.
Thanks, Randy.
Thanks very much. Well, we've got a break on the agenda. We want to break for 10 minutes.
Yep, almost right on time.
Come back at 9:49. Break here at 9:39. They had glass.
Tom,
I guess we are ready for emergency management, Andrew Presley and Scott Farmer. Update to tower project, please.
I'm doing kind of a twofold. Hi, Amber Presley. Today is my regularly scheduled monthly meeting. Several years ago, the commission had asked for department heads to give updates monthly, and this is my monthly update. So.
Okay.
We're one of one.
Yeah,
One of,
yeah. I know, right?
the first one this
Do I
year.
get cookies or something? Like,
Yeah.
I bring you some cookies.
As some of you might know, Newstron is under a boil water advisory. As of yesterday, they had a 6-inch water main break in front of the golf course, and all of the tower was drained. So, protocol and procedure is to go ahead and put out a boil water advisory. It's not an order, it's just an advisory. So, Newstron citizens are advised to boil their water. We sent out an Everbridge about it last night, and to those that are subscribed to the city alerts for Newstron, as well as shared it on our Facebook page. Our National Weather Service Storm Spotter public talk will be March 20th, 7 p.m., the 4-H building. We haven't started advertising or making the flyers yet, but I just wanted to start getting the word out there. As in years past, since COVID, there will be a virtual option through the National Weather Service. So if you can't come that night, or there's a really important game, which is usually what happens, there's like the KU game or something, there's always some kind of game that's happening that day. If you can't make it, they do have virtual options that you can get online and watch the training, and then also all the surrounding counties usually do the same exact training, so if you can't catch ours, you can catch one of the neighbors. Wolf Creek has sent out the emergency planning pamphlets. These pamphlets are taking place of the calendars that everybody was used to. We got a little bit of, I don't know, sour grapes pushback. I don't know what you call it. People are used to having that calendar. Some people love the calendar. Some people used it for things. There are many calendars out in the world that they can use, so that wasn't the only calendar. But the county, the state, and Wolf Creek got together, and the intent and purpose of that calendar is to get the emergency information out for what to do during a Wolf Creek event. And the calendar was just a perk. Well, how many people actually use calendars anymore? Like, you know. So after you do, sorry, I'll buy you one with puppies or something on it.
Didn't bother me the most, it did Sally.
Yeah, really?
Just being honest with you.
Yeah, I know. There were several people that were not happy about it. It's just a way to modernize things and move towards the future. Really, the intent is to get the information out to the citizens, and they're still doing that. The calendar was just an extra option. So, there are QR codes on the pamphlet, but there's also the website written right under it to go for more information. So if you guys have any issues or have any citizens that need help or have issues, let my office know. We have hard copies of everything that is scannable. So just want to put that out there. And I think that's it. We were talking with Wade the other day, Martin, Scott, and I, and we wanted to go ahead and go before you guys again and give kind of a little update on what we're doing with these radio towers, because it is a large purchase and it is something that you're going to be seeing from here on out. And so we wanted to kind of bring you up to speed on what's going on and why we're doing this. So I will let Scott come on up.
Morning.
Mhm.
Most of you guys probably know me, but those that don't know me, I'm Scott Farmer, I'm Sergeant with the Coffee County Sheriff's Office. I have been tasked by a few people to communicate with you guys the status of our radio tower purchase and where we're at with that. Currently, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of background. I know some of you guys know, but Mr. Barker, more for you, just so you know why we're doing what we're doing. In 2012, Coffee County went to the state 800 radio system, and that is kind of the moving forward of emergency service trends to use that system because it's a statewide system. We also had a tower that was provided to us by the state in the Waverly area. In 2012, we built the Burlington Tower, and at that time, the industry standard was to have 95% coverage mobile. So your car radio with the big antenna would get 95% of the time you keep the radio, it would work. They didn't count these at all. So we quickly learned here in Coffee County that the towns of Leroy, Gridley, Jacobs Creek, and Lebo, the outer bands, had insufficient handheld coverage. And we could go on for multiple instances where you key up your radio and it just will not work. When you're inside a building fighting a fire, when you're inside the house doing CPR and you're trying to get a hold of the doctor at the hospital, and when we're trying to get a hold of dispatch because we need help as a law enforcement officer. Also, the highway department had expressed interest in joining the state system also. So we joined together and we decided to do some studies, and what we came up with is that Coffee County needed 3 more towers. So how do we go about getting 3 more towers into this county? So we looked at leasing off of existing towers, and we quickly learned that that was not the route to go. The cheapest lease that we found was $2,500 a month just to lease it, let alone the restrictions and where we could put our stuff on the towers and how we could do it and stuff like that. So it quickly became apparent that we need to build towers, and that is not a cheap feat. Let alone building the towers, we needed to buy the servers that are going to run the radio systems. And I call them servers because this is all computers. This is no longer, an old school radio system. This is all computers running. And so just the servers alone in the radio towers are almost $700,000. So after doing extensive surveys, trying to figure out where's the best place to place these towers, how tall to build them, how short to build them, we came up with 3 locations. One location is going to be in the town of Leroy, just south of the school system. In between the co-op and the school, the city has a lot, and they're going to let us lease that lot for free for 50-some years. Then north of Gridley, there's an old MediaCom tower. The buyers have let us use that, get a piece of land there on the contingent that we tear down the old MediaCom tower. And so we're going to build a 300-foot tower in Leroy and a 200-foot tower in Gridley because we were able to get it up onto a hill so it could be shorter. And then up at Lebo, the city of Lebo wants to have good radio service for their fire department and law enforcement and everything up there. So they're going to let us lease a piece of the lagoon ground out there. So we're going to build a tower out there at the lagoon. All 3 of those sites are also relatively close to fiber optic. I have learned fiber optic is very expensive to run. We're working with MT Networks, and they're going to cut us a really good price because I think as a county, they've got some sort of, it's a Brad thing, I don't know for sure, sorry. Yeah. But they're cutting us a really, really good price on how much per foot to run. And we're talking it's like $10 a foot. So once we get those towers up, the system that we're building is called a simulcast system, in which they're all tied together, so they're redundancy and backup, and they'll be all fiber optically linked. So then the question is, what will we have when we're done with this? Motorola is promising us now 95% coverage with outdoor at the hip with our handhelds now. And they've got some pretty solid coverage in buildings too. Now, there are buildings that there's just nothing you can do. Wolf Creek is one of those buildings, and I've been in negotiations with Wolf Creek towards getting what they call bidirectional amplifiers in those buildings. And basically all that does is amplify the signal inside the building out. The new jail's getting a bidirectional amplifier put in it because it's going to be such a hardened structure that radio signal just, even though we're less than 100 yards from the tower, it just won't penetrate. And so that's something we need to, as a radio group, consider in the future also. So we'll be back with that, talking about that. So we feel very confident with our 95% coverage that Motorola is going to give us. What is that going to cost us? It's going to cost us $5.8 million. And so that's the big hit. It hurts to say that word. So with that said, we decided not to do a lease purchase type program, spread that out, basically make payments. We decided that, the commissioners decided that we would do a just flat out purchase of that $5.8 million. We've paid $1.4 million already. We had to do that upon signing. That was a quarter of that money. Due at, it's going to be about 14 to 16 months, but it's really, for you guys, it's really going to be a little later than that because we've run into some issues getting legal descriptions and stuff like that. We're moving forward. It just took a lot longer than it should have. And so we're just now getting those leases signed and stuff like that. And so I would expect the 14 months time frame would be after we get these leases signed because they haven't even started engineering the towers yet. So we'll be looking at paying $3.5 million at the end of that in about 14 months.
That's when the equipment arrives, or?
That'll be when the equipment arrives, yes.
Right.
That's an estimate. It could be early, it could be a little late, but right in there, that's kind of where we're thinking. We'll have to make another large purchase payment. And then upon completion of installation, we'll have to come up with $500,000. And so however long it takes to get it all installed and built, that's when that next $500,000 would come in. And then after we are ready to say, yes, this is what we want, it's working, it's getting that 95% coverage, it's good to go, we're signing off on it, we'll have to come up with $250,000 on that. So those are kind of, when I tell you $250,000, it's a rough number. It could be like 290, but right in there. So that's kind of where we're at with this program.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Mark and I attended a new commissioner's workshop at Topeka,
Mhm.
and they were talking about communication, safety, and you can correct me, Mark can help here. They were talking about in the next 10 years that all agencies, police, ambulance, are going to be going to new radios. Is this going to be an additional cost on top of these towers?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So just like I refer to these as computers, okay? So this was bought in 2019. You talk to your IT people, they'll tell you that every 5 to 6 years you need to replace your computers.
Right.
We go every 8 years on this. So do 8 years from 2019, we'll have to make a large radio purchase.
Is that where they can communicate with all police departments statewide, or?
So currently, right now, we are capable of communicating with that. During this whole tower build out, there was a FBI mandate of what they call CJIS information, which is basically criminal background information. So, and when I say criminal background, it doesn't necessarily mean you're a criminal, but like your driver's license information is protected data. And law enforcement prior was not using encrypted channels. Well, now FBI said you have to use this certain level of encryption. They call it AES encryption that you have to use. And so we were pushed that way by the NRC early. The NRC was telling us we needed that also because we have to have communications on an encrypted level there. So Coffee County is already on the AES stuff. One of the big things that we did here in last year or two was we got all of the fire and EMS onto the AES encryption as part of our Wolf Creek stuff. So
Yeah, this isn't just for law, this is for fire, EMS.
this is law, fire, EMS, and it's also for the highway department. They have a encrypted channel capability too.
Also the cities and eventually the schools, hopefully.
Yeah, the ultimate goal, end game is that this will be the system for the county.
Okay.
The schools have expressed interest, particularly the Lebo schools, but I don't want to give them a radio right now because they don't have a good tower up there, and they would be like, this is a piece of junk. So as soon as we get that tower up there, we plan on getting all the schools on board. There has been some interest from the city of Lebo, maybe, you know, the system just keeps expanding. So, but yes, to fill you guys in on radios. So, 2027, 2028-ish, right in there, just about the time we pay this off, all law enforcement radios in the county will have to be replaced. That's car and mobiles. And so we'll be looking at, and I'm spitballing, guys, probably 150 radios. And currently, radios are, man, this was $6,000. And I'm going to say it's going to be about $8,000 or more. So.
And just so we know, so the tower project is coming out of the capital improvement fund. We have money that we agreed upon to set aside so much throughout, and we've got it covered. So it's going to be covered. Tower project, saved up. Same with the radio improvements. So
Yeah.
the radio improvements is what we're going to buy all the new radios
Okay.
that we have to. So we have figured out roughly about how much, and every 8 years we're going to have to buy new radios. So we've got it in the capital improvement plan for radio system improvements to have $3 million sitting in there, save it up.
And when she says every 8 years, so 2028 is roughly when all law enforcement gets replaced. Then we've got to look at all 200 and
Whatever there is.
some
fire,
fire radios. And then we got to look at also the EMS radios. Now, the highway department and the schools, those are not mission critical radios, okay? We don't expect those, so the plan is to trickle down. And when this radio is 8 years old, some of them are probably going to be broken, completely beyond repair. Others will not. And so we plan on rolling these down. So really, we're hoping to get 16 years out of the radios.
I just didn't, after they brought that up, and being new here, like, oh my gosh, they're just putting all this money into towers.
So here's a other recent tower thing that just came out is Motorola just end-of-lifed the servers in the towers. So Anderson County bought a brand new tower and just literally got it turned on, and their radio is now end of life.
That's ridiculous, isn't it?
So we caught wind of that ahead of time, and I can rest assured we are putting in the newest
Good.
in there. We're putting the G series is what it is end of life, and we're putting the B series into our towers.
It's not the fact that the radios just die in 8 years, it's the fact, I think part of it is that they can't be repaired. Or
But it just
They
becomes,
quit.
it becomes not very cost effective to repair them.
That's,
Yeah.
that's not, it's not the fact that they just die on the spot, it's the fact that you can't get them
Well,
repaired.
honestly, I also, I could see us also, you know, we just went to this 256-bit encryption, the AES encryption. I could really see that the Feds start leaning on us going to a 512 encryption on our communication system with Wolf Creek. So, and that's, you know, 8 years or so I could see happening.
So we have all the purchase kind of saved up, and then once we get these new towers, there's going to be reoccurring costs that I will budget for under the radio budget. It's going to cost roughly around $45,000 a year additional for utilities, maintenance on the generators, insurance, electric, fiber. Some of these costs are one-time only. There's like, and tearing down the tower. We did 50.
Yeah.
I was thinking we did 10. There's going to be monthly costs that are from the time they turn them on till we turn them off ever.
Each one of the sites is going to have an annual inspection, which I was told it's now $3,500 per climber to climb a tower.
Right.
You know, so you're got to have one climber on the ground and one climber in the air to rescue the guy. You got light bulbs. You've got there'll be propane tanks at every one of them. You're going to need pest control out there, so you don't have mice go in there and eat all your $1 million worth of stuff, because they'll love it. So,
Updates on towers.
does anybody have any questions about the radio system at all? Unfortunately, it is a big ticket item, and it's something that we're just going to have to, unfortunately, you know, even small counties that are less than us have to fight this fight. So.
Well, you've got the foresight into it, so that's what I thought it might have been something new, that being new at this myself.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. If you guys get wind of anything, let us know.
Yeah.
I do really do try to think, 10 years ahead on these things, and Amber and I, we communicate, because nobody wants to go, oh, hey guys, we need $3 million. We did that when we first started this. I came to you guys and I told you this is going to hurt. We're going to have to pay some money.
So we made a budget for it. Martin Ernst in my office is a communications technician. He couldn't be here today. He had an appointment. But he's kind of the one that is overarching in my office on all the radio stuff. We also have a radio committee that meets monthly. Steve is on that committee. And they make, the executive decisions based on, what we come to you guys for. So we do have a committee that's made up of every agency that uses the radios. Every department is represented, and we talk about everything monthly. So, and then Scott's just gracious enough to come help us from the sheriff's department. So, okay. No more.
So Scott, I'm guessing I know you've done this, but I guess Motorola is apparently the way to go. And I'm sure everybody else's radios are expensive.
Yeah.
$6,000 for a handheld radio just seems like that's triple price to me.
Yeah.
But that's our best option, I assume.
It is. And so the state does put restrictions on what devices you can drag onto the state system. There are other companies. There's E.F. Johnson, Harris out there. One of the things that I am, and I don't want to sound like a Motorola salesperson, but I don't know if anybody remembers Riley County. The whole county radio system got hacked. They were on a Harris system. That system crashed so bad that the state had to bring in emergency radios and issue out to them because they couldn't use it at all. Shortly after they got hacked, somebody attempted to hack us. There was over 2.5 million cyber hits trying to get into our dispatch consoles. Motorola notified the state notified us. We shut that computer off. That was getting hit. They never got in. They didn't do so. Motorola does have a pretty aggressive forward cybersecurity thing going on. Now, they always are trying to sell it to us even more And sometimes I'm like, I don't know about that, but that is one example that I do have. And I know people that have gone with the E.F. Johnsons also, and they're just as much, it's kind of like comparing I don't know, can't really say a car versus a car, but you know, they're,
Right.
what we have is not the Cadillac, okay? It's a pretty mainstream, pretty good, solid vehicle. There are there's radios out there that are $15,000. The current ones KHP just bought are $12,000.
So the towers are ours,
Yes.
correct?
Yep.
They will be out.
So something did happen with Motorola, we could go with a different system
That is
on
correct.
these towers.
The other thing about these towers that are ours, and I told you guys that we would pursue that avenue, is leasing space on those towers to sell services. And so hopefully we can, once we get these up and going, we can undercut our competition.
Well, and we already had a company ask for leasing on our towers.
So that's not an interference problem at all.
No, that would be on them to do a radio frequency interference test and prove to us, engineering survey, to prove that it's not going to interfere with us,
Right.
which it shouldn't. And then they would also do a structural engineering test on our tower to make sure that what they're adding isn't going to compromise our tower. And we'd have to write in some language about, you know, you break it, you fix it, kind of thing.
Okay. Okay, very good.
So,
Very good presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
well, thank you guys for what you're doing for emergency services and stuff like that. You guys have really made our lives a lot safer, and we do appreciate that.
Thank you.
Well, we appreciate all you do for us.
Thank you.
And I'm around if you guys have any questions or need anything, just holler.
And Amber and Scott, the last thing I thought you were gonna add was when the radio contract was signed with, or the tower contract with Motorola, it had to be signed then, because if it was, a month later,
Oh.
it would have increased the
The cost
cost.
significantly.
Yes, so when we did sign it, we signed it, if we didn't sign it at pretty much within that month, it was gonna shoot the price up about $1.5 million,
I was
because
gonna say it was $1.5 million more if you didn't. sign it.
basically they gave us the B series for the price of the G series.
It was a change, it was a year change, I think.
Yeah, they're changing the what they call the six-pack
Right.
on the inside, so, good point, Wade. So, all right, you guys have a great day.
You too.
Okay, thank you.
See you later.
See you.
Can I say
Sure.
something real quick? Okay, do you guys have your fund balances sheet, Andy? And you've got your capital improvement plan in front of you too. So I just want to make you aware that when we did year-end transfers at the end of this last year, we focused on community improvement the most, because you guys spent quite a bit out of there last year on the community improvement reserve, so we have it built back up. So if you look at capital improvement, you've got enough in there to cover about 3 years. So we need to focus at the end of this year on building that back up. And so just kind of be mindful of, you know, what you're spending, because we won't probably be able to put more money into community improvement or equipment reserve. So just keep that in the back of your mind as you go through the year.
So these balances are December balances. So
Right.
It's close enough. I mean, it didn't change much between now and then.
Oh, no,
Okay.
no. I mean,
Okay.
we'll do another big collection in May, but that's not gonna affect your reserve,
Right.
except for what you spend out of it, so.
Okay.
But I just wanna bring it to your attention, because like I said, you have 7.4 in there, which will just about cover you through 2027, if all of these projects are spent out of there.
Right.
So
Okay.
I think you'd want to have for sure a good 5 years built up in there to cover. I show you 7 years because I feel like you need to see that further out. but I think we need to have enough in there for at least 5.
And that's on the capital,
Yes.
capital improvement.
So we need to focus on that at the end of this year.
Okay, okay.
Anyway, just food for thought, consideration, whatever, so.
Okay.
More food for thought. You'll recall, we did all we could to keep the budget down, so there probably won't be a whole lot of funding left for year-end transfers next year.
Okay.
Yep.
So,
Okay, so next on the agenda is Treasurer Richard Kroll, idle funds, tax roll cleanup, and old warrant check write-off. Thank you, Richard. You're welcome, Richard, I should say.
here are your packets, just what everybody wanted. Your packets.
Well, read, right?
Thank you.
We're gonna talk about it, so this way you can take your own notes.
Okay.
First thing is, we need signatures, and it needs to be in the minutes on who can sign what accounts. And so on the agenda, that's item number 1. We have several, 1, 2, the main and sweep account, that's really only one account that we can write out of, but the way the bank operates, there's a sweep account. So that is only gonna be signed by the 2 commissioners at the top right now, through Wade and Steve. We're trying to have as few folk on there. I mean, do you guys want the headache of being included if something happens and, yeah, you start to get investigated? No, we'd rather not. So
Okay.
the fewer people, the better. Although the clerk's office, I need to have access to several folk because they're in and out. Angie's in here, sometimes it's Brad, sometimes it's Casey. So trying to get somebody in a timely fashion. That's why they're included on all of them. So anyway, First National Bank, the only account we actually write checks out of and warrants to pay for things is generally the sweep account in the main account. Central National also has assorted other ones, depending on what they're for, an ACH other, where outlying, whether it's the sheriff's office, the health department, they send funds to that account. The health has another one. Those don't come to you guys, we just issue out funds from there when they come due, like paying for medical billings that have come along. And so that would, once again, Tanya, myself, and then the clerk's office. Citizens, First National, and Farmer State, they just have money market, except for First National, which has a jail account, where that's where the bond funds were placed into. Anyway, those are just, we transfer funds from there into the main account when we need them. And so that doesn't require any effort on your guys' behalf. It's just record keeping so the auditor knows where funds are coming from and going to. Any one bank can't have too much money. And then redeeming CDs and releasing securities, I just run down to the bank or Tanya will, and we just get rid of things. So that just requires the 2 of us. But those autograph signature things needed to be in the minutes. So, and that explains, so you new folk know what's going on, as well as a refresher for the old folk. And how signatures go. Questions on that part?
So you need this motion? I'll read it. I move to list the following as signatories on all the listed bank accounts for the main and sweep: Wade Thompson and Steve McCurry, Richard Kroll, Tanya Bryant. You only put last names.
Sure.
Tanya Bryant, Angie Kirshner, Brad Jones, Casey Perry, Jessica Hammond, Terry Seaton. For the Central National Bank, which would include the ACH, Other, and Health. Richard, Tanya, Angie, Brad, Casey, Jessica, and Terry. Citizen State Bank, Money Market, FSB, and Farmer State Bank, Money Market, and First National Bank, Kansas Money Market, and Jail. Be Richard, Tanya, Angie, Brad, Casey, Jessica, and Terry. And for the CDs and securities at all banks, Richard, Tom, and Tanya. Did I get everything?
Yes.
I think so. Do we have a second?
I second it.
Okay, it's been moved by Mark and seconded by Todd. I'm not gonna repeat it all again, I guess. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Next up, annually, I'm supposed to report on the idle funds, which would be number 2, right behind the agenda page. There's a little 2 at the top. Here's the summary of the last 5 years. It went from 550,000 down to 57, and then this last year we made 3.4 million, which isn't a bad year. But that was mainly because we had jail funds thrown in there. The last 2 years were actually, we had an extra 10,000, 15,000 million, $10 or $15 million in jail funding we're receiving interest on. But also, county funds have been increasing because we're trying to get those reserves in place so we can pay for things. I'm not paying for anything, not asking for any money, just telling you we have some. Unlike the last people trying to get in your pocket. We started with 59 million January 1, and last year we had 101 million. Well, this current year, end of December 24 or January 1, 25 to pick. And again, that's because we have all the jail money sitting in there that we're getting ready to pay out. And that's also ahead of distributions, because those weren't made until middle January. So technically, in the 2020, 59 million is probably $47 million in actual funding that we had. And that $101 million is already down to, what do we have, 81, 82, something like that. So we've already dispersed about 20 million of that. The next bullet points down there show where the interest is credited to. Not all of it goes into general. A little bit went into jail fund. This SSM, their bonds are actually included in this because that's how I have to turn it into the auditor. But it made roughly $36,000. Their bond funds did, and then we have other accounts that receive about $6,000. Any questions so far? The pages right behind that just show where the funding is coming from, which accounts, or whether it's interest on the ones we just talked about getting signatories on, whether it's citizens, farmers, wherever. And the very last page of that packet is the 2020, which actually shows the $59 million. You see, I'm not making numbers up. And if you ask me to guess, I'd say $1.5 million to $2 million this year on interest, depending on what Fed rates do. I anticipate cutting, but also we're going to have less money, so that's why we generate less interest.
Right, because it's been going down like the jail and everything.
Correct.
Okay.
Questions on item 2? Number 3, there's not a lot, but every now and then we wind up canceling old warrants, old checks that are on record. Last time this was done was 2018. And so by statute, which is that right in front of you, that item 3 in the pages, it explains that after 2 years we're allowed to do this. And then we will put that money back into the assorted fund. That's only about $5,400 because we keep up with this right now. Most people want their money in this day and age, so they've been cashing checks at a better rate. And then the next page, 3A, shows where those funds are coming from, or whether we get credited back to the different accounts: general, health, road and bridge, fall festival, as you see. And then 3B is going to be the resolution that will be made, but it will have all of the checks listed. not yet. We'll do that in February, when we have everything listed finalized, and we'll just get it done then. Due to distribution.
February 24th, I'd read it.
Yeah, distribution and 13th month has kept Jessica busy and Tanya busy and myself, so we don't have the time to get it, but I'm just warning you, letting you know what's coming up.
Sure. Okay.
And finally, in conversations with Tanya, she said nobody's ever had the guts to do this. So we have tax bills going back to 1988 that are fictitious. The county switched over from actually there was a system before GRM, and then they went to GRM, and apparently that was terrible. Anyway, all these changes generated some extra bills. The abstracts were never changed, because those are always in paper, and we put those in, but somehow within the system it made these extra bills, which if you look at number 4, that has all of them, where there's gas, oil, personal property, real estate, state assessed. In talking to CIC and in communication with everybody else, state assessed always pays. They're not going to want any of their stuff put into a tax sale, which is what happens when you don't pay. And so they always do. All of the real estate should be paid because tax sales clean that up. And yet this selection shows that there are still outstanding bills. And so anyway, the whole idea is to get rid of these ghost bills, ghost payments. Sometimes it took, like, Tom paid $500. Well, for some reason it said, well, you only paid $499 the first part and $501 the next. Well, then it shows that neither one was paid, even though he paid the whole thing. It was just messed up. So all of that stuff, it's nothing we can collect on anyway. So to clean up the system, we want to get rid of that. I think within the system, if you're looking at which the bond accreditation people look at, well, what do you have outstanding? Well, this is $160,000 that represents outstanding tax liabilities, but they're not really there. So it counts against us even though it shouldn't. So we're going to clean that off with your blessing. And 4A actually just showed the 3 that I was talking about with the $156,000, almost $160,000 of tax liability that isn't really there. 680 parcels is what it says, but that's 680 statements we have to go in and fix. So at some point in the future, once we get all of these 680 things taken care of.
Rich, these numbers you've been, it's been on your books,
Yeah,
and so you're just wanting to,
we're just cleaning it up.
They're just cleaning it up.
Yeah.
Like,
Because
there's
it
nothing
just
there.
distorts things. Granted, even in our books, 160,000 out of 80 million, it's a rounding error,
Oh, right.
but it still counts against us.
Sure.
So,
So you're just wanting our blessing so you can.
yeah,
go
can I
create
move
a-
forward to do this?
Create a
At a later
resolution
date.
to bring back?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's all that is.
Sounds
I don't need anything now, just for you to tell me, yeah, please do that.
Yeah, please do that.
Yeah.
Sounds like
That's
a
it.
grand.
Yep, it does.
Questions? Again, that doesn't change any of the abstract or anything, anybody's payments, that we don't go back and fix any of those. It's just, it's cleaned. Basically, it's called a tax override within CIC. So, any other questions, comments, concerns? Going once, right?
Okay.
Peachy, thanks for your time.
Thanks very much, Richard, appreciate it. Okay. Hecate Energy Representatives Harrison Luna, Jack Kelly, Project Development.
All right. Hello, thanks for your time. I'm Harrison Luna. I represent Hecate Energy on the Otter Creek solar projects. Just wanted to, in the new year, mainly to come in and introduce ourselves to the new commissioners. Thank you for your service, and we understand what this role means and are happy to meet you and want to express a willingness to be collaborative, cooperative, transparent, open with respect to our project development and the potential for bringing our project to the county. That's the main thing. We are a resource for, anytime anybody has questions, reach out to us. I have contact information I can provide you as well, or comments or considerations or concerns, any of those things. I do want to point out, while I'm up here, we've been in the community kind of hearing concerns of the county and its citizens, and the major thing we've been hearing has to do with the concern that Wolf Creek and a potential solar project coming in would not get along, that for some reason new projects would have a negative impact on existing power plants in the area. I brought in, and actually this is a quote from a meeting before this commission, where Cleve Reasoner, the chief nuclear officer for Evergy, came in last year and was asked what it's all about. Does a new project mess with the nuclear power plant that's already there? I'll quote from it. Coffee County commissioners asked whether a wind farm or a solar farm in the county would negatively affect the nuclear power plant's level of production. An official said no, the official being Cleve Reasoner. It would be a problem if renewable energy sources were not available to help meet demand. So that's just a quote. I've got this printed out and I'll pass it around just so you have it. But we agree with that statement based on our analysis, and I've invited an engineer who knows a lot more about electrical engineering than I do. I'm a developer from Hecate to talk to you about it. This is Craig Overmeyer. Craig Wakeman, who leads the engineering, procurement, and construction for this project and many others that we work on all around the country. Craig, do you want to talk a little bit?
Thanks, Harrison. Craig Wakeman, Senior Director of Engineering, Procurement, and Construction with Hecate Energy. I've been with Hecate about 3.5 years. Prior to that, I was with Black & Veatch in Kansas City for 22 years. My entire 25-year career has been in power generation, conventional. I've done coal, gas, LNG, advanced gasification, and renewables. So this has been my life. And part of, Evergy is an economic machine, right? They are economically driven, and Wolf Creek, based on its age and cost to dispatch power, is their number one asset. So it's the first to load up and the last to load down, and it's purely an economic game. There is increasing demand across the grid in this region from major projects going on all over the state and the community, and that demand has to be met. And solar power, based on my 25 years of experience, is the cleanest way we can get that power met. I used to do conventional gas. My last project, before I switched to Hecate, was the cleanest gas power project in America. It still spits out tons of pollutants an hour. And not just tons, but thousands of tons of pollutants an hour. That's part of the reason I decided to switch renewables. I saw that it was becoming economically the right decision, and I felt personally it was the right way to move the country to the future. But from an economic standpoint, Wolf Creek is a base load generating facility. It will remain a base load generating facility until the day it's retired, and Evergy will treat it as such. Yes, it loads up and down, but it has nothing to do with other assets on the grid. It has totally to do with demand in the system. When the middle of the winter, if people aren't electric, most people around here aren't electric. I do pay my power to Evergy, so I like having Wolf Creek. I like having low power renewables. I like all these things. It will ramp up and down when there's just not load. Same thing with the solar plant. We can turn off. People think, oh well, the sun's always shining, but we turn off inverters. So if we don't need to make all that power, you shut off the inverters, which basically, let's say, for example, you have a 500 megawatt solar facility. It's going to be made up of roughly 100 blocks of 5 megawatts each. And if you only need 495, you shut off an inverter. You just ratchet it down, ratchet it up, and use what the sun gives you, and let it go. So I'll take any questions you have about the plant, economics. I'm not an economics major, and I'm also a mechanical engineer, so don't ask me too many hard electrical questions.
I don't have any questions at this point.
Well, appreciate your time today. Harrison, you want
Yeah,
to pass this
come back
back?
up. Yeah, that's the major thing we've come to talk about. That's the number one concern I'm hearing in the community, so just wanted to make sure to address it. We also, last time we were here before the board, were asked to provide some financing information on how these projects are built and where the money comes from, that kind of thing. So we've attached a couple pages of information about how we do that at Hecate and where our financing comes from. Feel free to read that at your leisure, and if you have any questions with any of that, as always, you know, you can call me directly. Here's my card. The new commissioners, you all have my contact, I believe. Okay. Short of any questions, thank you for your time, but any questions?
Can you explain some of this, how you're getting information from the community here? Are you guys going door to door, questionnaires? What are you guys doing?
Sure, we're directly reaching out in many cases. We want to understand directly from the community what concerns are so we can address them. That's the best way to know, is in open stream of communication in both
Are you
directions.
leaving literature with them or anything?
Occasionally, yes.
Can we get a copy of that literature?
I'm sure we can get copies, sure.
I'd be interested in that.
Okay. Yeah, we can work on that.
And to your point, I mean, that was a concern as far as what do you do, how does that affect Wolf Creek? And that was a concern.
Yeah. I think it remains a concern out there in community from what I'm hearing, but
Somewhat.
that's
Somewhat.
just what we're saying.
Yeah. No, I won't disagree with you there. I mean, that was a concern.
Yeah. Well, we're hoping to come and clear the air on that so that it doesn't need to be a concern going forward. Because we're friends with Wolf Creek.
Right.
We all kind of do the same thing, which is power this state, this region, everything, you know? So. Okay, well, thanks for your time. We will talk soon, I'm sure.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yes, thanks.
Okay. Road and Bridge Superintendent Ryan Durst, engineering options.
See you guys. Thanks for
She was with them, I didn't read her name, I didn't think it was here.
Oh, they didn't.
Yeah, it was on the agenda. Jalen Johnson was on the list there, I didn't read it, because I thought it was the two guys who were here.
Good morning. Here to talk about some engineering. I know there's been some discussion, kind of what our engineering costs have been, so just kind of start, we'll go over the last couple of years, what that's been, just kind of break that out, and then kind of expand our discussion after that.
How you doing, Ryan?
Good. So this is just kind of a...
Can we have just a second?
Oh, yep, sorry.
Excuse me, Ryan.
So we're gonna do a work through lunch today, I believe, because you were gonna do checks and vouchers.
Mhm.
Is there any certain thing you're wanting me to order? Do you want me to get any particular kind of sandwiches, or give you a sheet and we write it down and pass it around, or?
Bologna and bread.
They got it.
Beat the heck out of nothing, I'm telling you.
Doesn't make a nice sandwich.
Yeah, Subway or Casey's, basically.
Yeah, you can,
Subway, I mean, that's,
So I could get like turkey sandwiches and ham sandwiches,
Yeah.
maybe
Yeah.
mixed?
Yeah, I'd
Alright.
get turkey.
ham for me, so.
Wheat,
and
Wheat, yeah.
whatever you get.
Ham, what do you want?
Fine.
Ham, turkey?
snow mayo.
Well, it'd be on
Turkey.
turkey, and you want wheat?
Wheat.
Anybody else want specific bread? I'll just get like veggies, so I
That's
don't
fine.
know. Okay,
Yeah.
alright,
Yeah, keep.
sorry.
No, that's
I
all
want
right.
mayo.
Food's important.
Any particular?
Stay nourished.
Chip?
Whatever.
Wade?
Yeah.
Ham, turkey?
Ham.
Okay.
Good thing we don't have local turkey in the street.
All right, so I kinda handed out, this is just a breakdown of 2023, 2024. I'll kinda talk through, let's talk through 2023 first there, the left side of that sheet. Basically, we spent a total of $215,000 on engineering with 3 different firms. CFS, as you can see at the top there, we spent $126,343, and basically that was on miscellaneous culvert drainage reviews and then some culvert replacement design, drainage stuff. Typically those are culverts larger than a 25-foot square opening on a lot of that stuff. BG, we spent $78,000, and that would have been for inspection on the 2 bridges that was built down there around Ridley, B127, 128.
Don't that get reimbursed a little bit though?
No, not on those. Those weren't.
Oh, okay.
There's no funding. There was no funding with those.
Okay.
But no, that was out of. We paid for that. And then Blackstone, we spent $11,140. So Blackstone is who we utilize for the landfill on a lot of our engineering needs for landfill.
But we used them prior to Blackburn's departure.
Yes, correct. We've used Blackstone for
Ever.
Yeah, I mean, for as long as I know. So that was kind of 2023. And then 2024, we spent a total of $127,000 on engineering. With CFS, we spent $52,600, but $47,000 of that was reimbursable from the Blackberry. A lot of that had to do with inspection on our Blackberry project out there and the road use agreement that we put in place with them. We talked to them, and that was part of the agreement, they would reimburse those costs. BG, we spent almost $14,000 on the Highway 75 turn lanes, and then with Blackstone, we spent $25,000. Like $18,000 of that was for landfill stuff, and then there was some stream bank study stuff that we've got some work on, some Neosha River, some stream bank stuff that we utilize Blackstone on that too. And then Kirk and Michael on our biannual bridge inspections of $35,000. So that's kind of a breakdown.
So all in all, Blackstone was gonna happen as a charge to us no matter whether we had an engineer on.
I'd say Blackstone, Kirk and Michael, and BG, I mean, all of that. You know, if you wanna talk, you know, since we had a county engineer and Wayne retired, we haven't had a full-time county engineer. I'd say CFS and the on-call stuff, you know, those are kind of the numbers there over the last couple of years.
Okay.
So with that, you know, now where we're at today,
And the biennial bridge inspections.
that happens every
was
2
done out of-
years.
Was done out of house before.
Yeah,
And that's just normal. I mean,
that's normal.
fine.
Yeah, we've got about two or three companies that we've utilized at that, and typically, you know, somebody will do it for a couple cycles, and then you'll move on to somewhere else, just so you're getting different eyes on those bridges, and
And the same thing with Blackstone. I mean, that's their niche is landfill.
their niche is landfill. Yeah, permitting and the environmental side of landfill stuff that we have to have there.
So your bridge and your landfill is gonna happen no matter what, as far as a fee out of pocket for road and bridge,
Yeah.
engineer on staff or not. And then this term louise, that was a given. I mean, being involved with the state, they probably want somebody
No, correct.
not in-house.
No, correct.
And then the Blackberry's being reimbursed, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. So, you know, looking forward for this year for 2025 estimates, you know, I'm really looking at probably similar to something like in 2023 for our needs, and you know, at a minimum, what we're looking at. You know, we went from Wayne being a full-time engineer on staff. He retired in August 2022. CFS come on as our on-cal on-call for county engineer. You know, that process has worked out very well for us. They, I mean, have met all of our needs. They go above and beyond in what our needs are. You know, I call it kind of a transition of what we've been going through, and, you know, to get to where we are today, you know, it's just moving forward. Is there any changes we want to make? What are options? You know, having worked under Wayne and having an engineer in the same office and dealing with what we're dealing with now, you know, I can honestly say that having somebody on staff in some capacity is very beneficial, and communication-wise, and it's such a benefit for the department. You know, I don't believe we need a full-time engineer. You know, I could definitely would like to consider hiring somebody, not a county employee, but just contract labor for a certain amount of hours. I think would be a good option to look at. You know, I think money-wise, you know, whether you got a full-time, part-time, how we're doing it now, the money's going to be similar, honestly. In the numbers that I've seen in moving forward, so I mean, I don't know what your guys' thoughts are, you know, but my recommendations would be to find somebody part-time, a day or two a week, to be able to come in the office and they'll be doing our day-to-day, you know, drainage permits, road design reviews, traffic studies, plan review, etc. You know, that we have done now with Cook Flat, and, you know, I know our needs are greater than that. We would utilize a person a lot more if the availability was there.
So you think they could be utilized a lot more at comparable or less cost?
Yeah.
And work better with the department is what you're...
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. I think getting that person in-house, I mean, you'd have a couple options for that. I know Cook Flat could probably come up with what that would cost to have somebody a certain amount of hours. You know, I've actually got a guy that I've known for a while that's very well respected, retired county engineer that is kind of in between retirement, and he's looking for, you know, he's not looking for a full-time job, but I think he would possibly be interested in a part-time position as needed. That would be very reasonable. You know, that I think would be worth looking at. If that's a direction that you guys would want some more information on, you know, I could definitely work on getting that and get him here for you guys to meet. But
you think 2 days a week in office is enough?
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I could see it starting off as up to 2 days a week, but in all reality, maybe a day a week, you know, would fit the needs as needed. I mean, it's kind of...
So we would still have some items for CFS?
Yeah, so, you know, we have to have somebody as a county engineer, you know, to fulfill state recommendations and statutes. You know, right now that is Cook Flat, so, you know, I think we could leave that the same. You know, that doesn't, you know, the cost is minimal for that. You know, right now they're charging us for on-call engineering, stuff that we send them. You know, one thing, if we brought somebody else in on staff or in the office, you know, that would be the stuff that we were sending to Cook Flat.
That you could handle within...
That we would handle within the office. But, you know, we got to have access to somebody bigger that has the people, and, you know, you need to have a bigger firm that you can deal with on stuff or have access to if needed. So.
Okay.
This person would be somebody that would be certified with the licenses that they would need.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, they would be. I mean, so this is Keith Browning. So I've actually worked on some different boards with Coffee County Highway Association with him. Yeah, he's got over 40 years of experience in engineering, like almost 30 years of that's with Douglas County. The last 4 years he was the local road engineer for the KAC, which basically he was a resource for all counties, could have that resource that they could talk to. He traveled the state meeting with counties and giving them advice and just helping guide them on certain things. He is a wealth of knowledge. He's a licensed engineer in Kansas and Missouri. Preliminary numbers, I think he, be like $80 an hour is something, plus drive time. He lives at Baldwin City. So, I mean, when you're looking at a per hour cost, I mean, that's really, really reasonable. And for what we would be getting there, I'd anticipate maybe a day a week, honestly, over this first year.
But if it took 2 days a week, I mean, or whatever, I mean, that would be...
If it was 2 days a week, you'd be looking at $80,000 worth, of paying him to be in here. I do not see him being here that much, so, we kind of have a preliminary contract I've been working on with Wade. If this is something you guys are interested in, we'll continue to move forward with that and show you those options, but, I think where we're at now and where we're wanting to move forward, I think it's a good option to look at.
But that number you're talking about for him would decrease on the other side on the other side of it.
Well, yeah, so if you go back on these, like 2023 prices and the miscellaneous culvert drainage reviews and the stuff from Cook Flat, I mean, that, honestly, 99% of that stuff right there, I mean, we would do in-house.
Sure.
We would do in-house. Saban might have some stuff to jump in if he wants to. I mean, I invited him to come just, be part of this discussion, kind of, hear what I was thinking and be here, so.
Ryan and I talked, he and I discussed this before, he let me know he was gonna be presenting this proposal. We've loved working with you guys, and I think what we discussed, which he's covered, is even with somebody coming on 1 day a week, I would say there's gonna be things that go beyond, that person could assign to us to do on your behalf, or things like that, as they, but again, he has somebody that's more handy, that you wanna run out and look at a culvert, and things like that.
And he'd be able to do that the same day or the
yeah. So in essence, it kind of puts us in a position where, whoever that individual is, they would work with Ryan and direct us to do certain things, where they might assess, and then we do the engineering work. I think that you still have, what we also discussed is we've been working on other things for the county as well.
Right.
He certainly, I don't want to speak for him, but he said that shouldn't change. We're going to continue to work on projects on your behalf, things around your, that came out of community planning, that are in economic development projects, things like that. So my plan would be I'd still come forward to meet with you all, but we would work in the direction that we have with Ryan and whoever he would designate.
Saban, I feel like, at least speaking for myself, that, our relationship with you and your company's been great. We don't want to do anything to damage that, and.
I appreciate that. I think, I feel good that this could work. I don't, as I told Ryan too, there's been times where we've actually been the person to put somebody in someone's local office. We've done that for other on-calls before. I'm not suggesting that this is a good candidate. So,
sure.
Again, it's a model that we've worked with before. So I appreciate your confidence in us. We certainly want to continue to work on your behalf, and at least in our discussions, Ryan and my discussions, I think there's plenty of work that we're going to be able to continue to work for you all on. And with the way we've also set it up, where anything we get assigned, I have to bring forward to you in a task order. That makes it very clear. You're going to see what he's asked us to do, or anybody else in the county commission organization has asked us to do on your behalf.
My opinion is I'd like to see you go ahead and proceed, but that's to do whatever needs to be done to get us numbers or whatever.
I think it's a workable situation.
I do too, especially where you two have spoken and feel comfortable with
I'm much more inclined that, visited with Saban about this and that you're here
Yeah, no,
representing your position on it.
I appreciate, Ryan's honesty with me, because I certainly always want to check in and make sure we're doing what he needs, and he's been very complimentary of our work, but I also can see the need where sometimes you need somebody local that can make a quick run out to look at something, or he's got a question. That's absolutely fine. In the past, he's been able to reach out to me. I can get the right person, but it could be now with someone here 1 day a week that they discuss it, and they still call us and say, hey, here's what we saw, here's some photos, look at this for us. So I think there's a way that this still works. And you guys get something that's a little more on the ground, at least for a part-time basis.
I've always been the one that micromanage, for lack of better terminology. You know what you need, so I'm not gonna.
Well, I mean, dollar wise, we're not looking at anything crazy. I mean,
Right.
it's not like we're looking at something to sign a contract long term, really in this contract, it'll be something that can be, put in place and could be ended at any time between us or him, and, I think we need to look at trying this for a year and reevaluate it and see what our needs are a year from now, and just, that's kind of what we've done, last couple of years in my department. It's kind of evolved some. This is just another step.
The individual.
Yeah, he come down 3 or 4 weeks ago and just discuss if he would even be interested in something like that. So we just kind of talked what our needs were and where I could see, the position I was looking to find somebody to fill. And it kind of fit in his wheelhouse of what he's interested in. Honestly, if this guy, if this wasn't an option, I don't know that it would be hard to find somebody to fit the needs that we need, what this guy has,
Again,
right
I'm
now,
comfortable with if you think that would be a big help to you guys, I'm good with it.
And you are looking at an hourly agreement, they would
Yes.
not be an employee, no benefit.
Correct. It's, simply a contract labor agreement. Somebody to come in and we pay them for their work. Not a county employee. Would be no benefits tied to that, so.
Okay.
And if I understand right, you said the statutory county engineer designation would still be CFS?
Yes.
Or somebody else, right?
One area too I'd offer is that 1 day a week or 2 days a week, as I kind of mentioned, and Ryan and I discussed this, that he's not going to be designing plans. So as you guys have bridge projects and things like that, Ryan will still be talking to us, and that work may come to us. We've also been, as you know, when he shows you these other firms, some of that's, we're not saying we got to get every project. There's a good reason to have a good team of engineers that you work with, and we've worked with BG, we've worked with, PEC, we've worked with these firms, so I think that's also where we've helped Ryan and said, okay, we'll do this one, why don't you have someone else do this one?
That's a good point. We do some design in-house on some of our smaller culverts, but obviously on, some of the bigger projects, bigger bridges, we're not going to design that stuff in-house. Not that Kenny can't do it, because he did the old 50 stuff, and that was, a lot for a department like us. But this upcoming year, we're really going to get a little more aggressive on some of our bridge replacements, moving forward with that. And so, we're going to start developing some plans on some of these bridges that we know we are going to need replaced here on the short term. Go ahead and start picking those structures, and we're probably going to have a couple companies, CFS and BG are some that we've utilized on that, and start developing those plans. That way, when we're starting to put in, for some of these grant monies, if you have the plans already 80% in place, that's gone a long ways on some of our other projects, and it's more enticing. So we're looking for ways to try to go after more than grant dollars, but even beyond that, we have to start replacing some bridges, whether we get grant money for that or not.
Increase our odds of getting those grants.
Yeah, it'll increase our odds, but yeah, we've got some money set aside in our special bridge to start pursuing some of those bridge replacements. Obviously, the Leroy Bridge down there is the big one. That's a $4 million plus bridge. That's one that's it qualifies to put in for that funding. We haven't gotten it yet. You know, that's one that we're probably gonna wait and hold out until it gets to a point that we finally get a project there. But we've got a lot of smaller structures, that we need to go ahead and start moving forward with replacements, whether they're on the evacuation routes for Wolf Creek or just, I mean, out in the country. I mean, a lot of these posted structures that are posted 10 tons or 13 tons or, you know, we need to be proactive and start replacing some of those structures now instead of just kicking the can down the road and, you know, wait until you got major issues or have to shut a road down.
You said something, Wade, that we need to advertise for, the bids. Okay.
And then I assume Wade will do the contract or.
So yeah, we've been working on it. You know, we'll move forward and try to get that put together, and sometime fairly soon we'll get that back in front of you guys, and I'll try to get Keith up here, and that way if you guys have any questions for him or want to meet him, you know.
So we can review the contract then. I mean, I guess we don't need to do anything now, correct?
I don't think so, man. Kind of got the verbal okay to start moving forward, and
That sounds like a workable deal for everybody.
I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Sounds good.
That was hard.
I think we got some other stuff first, don't you? We're not gonna get rid of it anyway.
No, you're not gonna get rid of me that easy. So, yeah, I mean, that's what I had on that stuff. If you guys are good, we'll move on. So bridges, B2, this will be the bridge up there on the Olivet Road. We have it closed down right now. You know, that's one that we've been it's been open down to one lane. Got some issues. You know, we've been keeping an eye on it. We have Cook Flat periodically, they come in and inspect it, and then we inspect it ourselves. There were some changes there last week, just had us a little concerned, so we shut it down. Cook Flat come down, looked at it, and they agree it's not safe to be open to the public right now. Right now, they're working on figuring out what we can do there to get that open back up to local traffic. Probably a little bit of work dealing with some strapping or something to tie some panels together and keep them from shifting and moving. So that's what I'm waiting on now, just their recommendations on how we can keep it open to just vehicle
That's on
traffic.
election, all that.
Yeah, and that's the bridge that will be let this fall and won't be constructed, I mean, next year, a year from now. So
that's on Links Road right there.
Links Road. Yeah, south,
Be south of,
north of Old 50, a mile and a half,
Okay.
right up towards the county line. But yeah, so, I mean, we got a ways to go before that bridge is gonna be replaced, so I really just told Cook Flat, come up with something, how do we get this open back up? I wanna do some work on it and get it open back up, if it's something reasonable and isn't gonna cost much.
Well, and have you contacted Osage County, because a lot of people are through that?
No, I contacted, some of the big farmers there, but yeah, I mean, I could probably reach out to Osage County and let them know.
They could pass that on
Yeah.
to their people that.
No, that's a good idea. I'll talk with Ryan Fine up there.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's just an update on that. Hopefully it won't be closed too long. The next, we'd like to request executive session, 15 minutes for non-elected personnel and over medical for the board, myself and Wade.
I touched it, I made a mistake. Motion to enter into executive session for 15 minutes to include each of the commissioners, County Councilor Wade Bowie, and Bridge Superintendent Ryan Durst to discuss personnel matters, non-elected personnel regarding medical under Kansas Open Meetings Act, KSA 75-4319B1. We will go in at...
I'll make the motion.
Oh, yep. That'd be a good idea.
I'll second that.
I'm in training. Moved by Hugunin, seconded by McCurry. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. We'll go in at 11:11.
Give us a couple minutes.
Okay, let's make it 11:15. 15? That okay? Okay. That'll give us 6 minutes. Right?
Just needs to stop.
Keep doing what you're doing, because I got my list to go down. Still have some after.
No, I had, another abatement get brought down. Do you guys
Okay.
want me to save it for next week, or do you wanna go ahead and do it today?
I can do it if you want to.
I can get
Just
the,
remind me.
I can get the motion typed up, so whatever you guys want to do that.
How much is it?
It's 354.54, but it's just going from this person to a different owner.
So it'll be taken off the hand and put on a different.
Yes.
Okay.
So I guess,
No action?
yeah, no action taken in the previous executive session.
That was what I had for today. Guys, if you have any questions on anything else?
So,
All right. Well, have a good week.
You
How
have,
was
a
your,
good- you have a good week.
Ricky Skaggs show?
It was good.
Good.
Yeah, he, still puts on a fine concert.
Good.
So, their Prairie Band,
Oh, yeah.
they had a packed house up there.
Really?
Yeah. So, it's actually got a kid playing guitar with him, lead guitar that I know a little bit, played a little bit of music with, so kind of fun seeing somebody you know with somebody like that.
Yeah,
So,
that's pretty cool.
that your stuff is done, so.
yeah, it was a great show.
Good deal.
Not quite as much energy as when I saw him 20 years ago, but he still puts on a good show.
Still soft.
He's getting up there a
Yeah.
little bit, ain't he?
Yep. So, all right. Well, I appreciate it. You guys have a good week.
You as well.
Take care.
See you, Kenny. Yep.
Well, I guess we want to work on some of our fine paperwork here. Bring it on. Is the checks on this one good? Yeah, don't ask me what's supposed to be, I just comment.
Yeah, I think they're ready.
In here.
Yeah, I think they are.
Okay, all right.
He's ready.
Ask somebody that knows.
So all this goes in the deal. All this stuff coming in, will go in that one,
Okay.
the first batch.
don't know if you.
Is this something you,
Yeah, okay,
that was in that,
okay, they were in there. Okay, with mine.
it was on the bottom. Are we done yet?
Yeah, I think so.
All done.
See lunch,
Yeah. So,
I need to sign those front sheets, don't I? Or you got it?
You'll sign and
That's
take
it.
that one,
Okay,
those
all
are,
right.
those are, should just be the vouchers.
Okay, so we're going to go, send them down and go in.
I can keep them down.
Okay.
Pretty bird, man.
go Hawks.
Mohawks. More birds.
Yes, that'll,
This will go with that,
that,
right?
yes. I think, from what I've heard.
Yeah.
I'm unaware of. Nobody's gonna insult me, I can tell you that.
Where as far as where we.
I'll have more of the, keywords, so,
No, don't matter.
You don't wanna mess anything up.
How are you, Casey?
Good, how are you?
I'm making it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gonna take 15 minutes now. Get this over. Excuse me. No, sir.
I'm okay.
Thanks.
You want to take 15 minutes?
I do.
Yeah, that'd be,
One or two?
that'd be fine. Does everybody wanna take 15 minutes to meet
Yeah.
here?
Or 20, whatever you make it take.
And maybe 20 or something?
20 will work.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, so I guess we'll take a break and come back at 12:03.
Thank you. Sorry I do it slower than I used to.
You're fine.
I tried to be survey was approved today.
Pretty. So it's just being taken off the one that had going another, right? We had another tax abatement come in for $354.54, and it's being taken off of one account and put on to another, so.
That's on there.
Yeah.
And who would do that?
Yeah, well, Hugan and moved to authorize direct the chairman to sign one tax abatement in the amount of $354.54. Do I have a second?
I'll say.
Okay, Peterson seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Started signing your line there, so you got preliminary crash on it for you.
It's all right, I can make it work. I need you and Wade, or you and Steve, to sign this. You just sign this line here.
Okay.
And then Steve will sign that one. No.
So you're looking for pretty signatures here, are you?
Nope,
You
just whatever they'll identify you as.
These are all together. Maybe recognizable, huh?
Mhm.
It's not pretty, but best I can do.
And your stamps will be on this side, but they're not here yet, they're on the way.
Okay.
So I'll stamp those for you when they come in. Get
Okay.
it going to them. Oh, Steve, you signed a line above, but it's probably okay.
How was I doing?
Room over there.
Who was supposed to sign?
In the box, the small box, yeah.
Back there, that's mine. Right there.
That's all right.
I didn't write any better on the second time either, so.
That makes it twice as good.
Yeah.
So if you get the stamp, then something like this, if you happen to miss one on the side, you can stamp it,
I guess.
Right, we always check with you first.
Right.
We don't ever use it without contacting you first.
Okay.
And it will happen. There's always something.
Oh, I understand.
I'm not very often.
I know there is at our office, so. Kansas City, some of those jobs before.
Some sort of thing.
That's it. Now, for the county, you have to more than one person, or you have to, you don't have to have a separate check for each one of them.
Look at that case number.
I see, and different case numbers.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's attached. Copies of the resident check.
okay. That's always annoying for me, like with our employees, they won't let you just write a check and pay it for the years.
Oh, no, we have to go monthly.
Yeah. Right, you can have more than one account
Yeah.
and one check.
I don't think so, I think it's separate.
Those things are, I figured out it separates that drill down in that road office.
Yeah.
It helps us isolate what was for boots, what was for supplies, and what was for commodities. And once it gets here, it gets put in a different spot. That's what I noticed.
Those are all about.
Internal revenue.
Okay.
So who you pulling for in the Super Bowl then? Don't matter now that,
The team that wins, the commercials,
Hopefully they're good.
for as much as they pay for them, they should be good.
Yeah.
I see they pulled one of the commercials that had, must have had something to do with fire, that, because of LA and stuff. Had
Oh, yeah.
Danny DeVito on Sports City for a minute.
I didn't think that was funny.
Kind of tasteless.
Probably the best commercial of all of
Probably.
them.
Saving $2 million or whatever it costs to have that small sliver of time.
Budweiser used to have the best commercials. I mean, they actually,
yeah.
yeah, it's a really good one.
The bullfrog.
The bullfrog,
and stuff, yeah.
Should be a good game. I mean, you got Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts. Philly has a good offensive line and a receiver core. Their defense has been playing well. They had a significant injury to one of their linebackers in Kobe Dean, which I'm not sure how they fix that, but it's all part of it. Kansas City always has the X factor, Mahomes.
Yep.
He's like Houdini out there.
they were playing well. They played the last two games well. You gonna be here at 1 for the RFP?
We'll have to get Russ on the camera.
Okay. Do I send that on with you, or?
Oh, wait, here, no,
It was just in the,
yeah,
Okay,
that's fine.
that's fine, well,
No problem.
you know, that need to remember that didn't come out, so.
I just wonder if Kelsey will retire after this year.
What's that?
I wonder if Kelsey will retire after this year.
I'll have to ask.
Uh,
I'll have to ask Taylor Swift.
What their cash flow is, if they can afford it.
If they win, surely you'll stick around and better your
I would think.
to make history.
I would think. And Taylor may not be okay with that too, to retire.
I thought I heard he was gonna be leaving the other team. He was talking to one or something.
All behind.
Huh?
All behind.
Well, my son's out of school the day after the Super Bowl,
Oh, is that right?
so we might either go spend it with grandpa or his cousin. One of the two, we don't know which way we're going yet,
See?
but I won't be here that Monday, because we're gonna
Sure.
go
Okay,
one direction or the other, so.
yeah.
If he wasn't out of school, we'd probably, or we'd come home Sunday, but
Right.
since he's not in school, we might as well enjoy the 3 days.
Yeah, right.
Is this a different basket or is this?
It's just, it's county and courthouse stuff,
Okay.
but it's a different batch. It might be 13th month or just the 13th month.
Oh, there's another basket, okay.
It's a separate batch.
Okay,
But it's all courthouse, so
so this doesn't go in that basket?
Yeah.
Okay,
that'll be all new.
okay. Where is your dad live?
Yeah, my hair. My sister and nephew this weekend. So,
The one,
yeah. About in the middle.
Yeah.
Just enough.
Something for you.
90.
90? Okay. Yeah, you're strong, too.
Yeah. Maybe 100 by the time we drive out to that house.
I see, I see.
We just had our last Christmas this weekend.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we just had it last Christmas. Because the weather was so bad, you couldn't go anywhere.
right. Well, I still see Christmas lights up, so apparently it wasn't too late.
That's right. My tree's still up. I usually take it down in the January
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah, that's just normal.
New Year's Day.
That's what we made New Year's Day.
Was that Thanksgiving Day? Down here. Denise out in Phoenix. I bet it's close to 5,000 square foot house. Yes, 7 Christmas trees.
Oh, my.
Who's that? Your niece?
What?
Oh, no.
Love it, huh?
She don't, Susie Homemaker.
I see. Still be a glutton for punishment if it was me, but.
No, she don't have it. New box.
This is by itself. This is by itself.
13. Yeah, she's got 100 bedroom, 107 bedroom, living room.
It's a 5,000 square foot house.
Yeah, some are pretty
Wow, that is a big house.
Yeah, the ironic thing is they bought the one next to them, remodeled it, moved into it, or they're gonna remodel that.
Wow,
I batch, I guess.
If I don't mind going after it, I don't want anything.
Oh my God.
I don't have to break out my wallet, I just show up.
Wish you had it
That's a good thing.
turned, makes me think.
They don't want me to pay for nothing.
We'll just let that one go through.
I gotta get there.
Okay, wait, wait, this is the factor to think about, so,
Yeah, I know, there's something odd about it.
because 13th month and stuff is generating all the extra stuff.
Yeah, and then there might be some special issues too, like. Oh, yeah.
How do you spot that?
I don't know.
My husband sells these digital water meters for rural water departments and cities and travels the country giving speeches.
Where we going?
You know, well, not giving speeches, sales.
Sales.
But he gets that from our cities. Every time we have a conversation, we feel like we're in one of these seminars.
He doesn't leave work at work, I mean, he brings work at home.
Yeah.
Into that stuff.
Yeah. Her husband was oldest son from the first wife. Flew out to Indiana, rented a funeral truck, did some family errands, and then it was headed to Burlington here for son his brother passed away. So her niece did, but anyway. Missouri, rainy, traffic, right, jam type thing going on. Semi come up behind him, took his son's seat right out of the cab.
Oh my gosh,
Did what?
oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Now, when did this happen?
It's been a few years.
Somebody's always got it better, somebody's always got it worse.
So how old is his son? 69. Brad. Last year talking about it. I think his son didn't survive.
You come out now, scratch.
That makes you that much sicker.
I guess it was 5 years ago, but the same year Hannah had a heart transplant.
That's been 5 years ago.
7.5. And it was shortly after that, they were hurt him and were talking to each other. I guess heart transplant recipients get what's called survivor's remorse.
Oh, yeah?
And so she was going through that. He was taking some counseling, if you will, and he was going to say the same thing.
I can imagine, yeah.
So they brought them a little closer together.
Wow.
Steve, you missed one. Oh, it's payroll, I guess, yeah. Mark, I did look at that, I just didn't sign it. I remember.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah. I did. Looking all over.
paper clip too, and
They do.
they're down there and they finally get shipped loose or whatever.
I mean, well, this stack here is separate from anything and everything. Pete, the stack here is separate from anything and everything.
Yep.
Go in the box.
What you're holding in your hand? Yeah.
That's,
All this stuff here? Okay.
that's 13 months type stuff.
Hey, Mark, before you leave, will you come holler at me?
Sure.
I suppose she means literally.
Probably not. What's a few?
Lots of everything.
Yeah, lots of everything.
Anybody want any more veggies?
I'm good, thank you.
I'm good, thank you.
No salad?
No, probably what I should have had.
Anybody want some salad?
No.
All this stuff is separate.
Yep. I remember that one.
What? Oh.
Wait a minute.
Engine time. The initial one's a little shorter than the signature.
I know.
Glad it's only once a month.
Do what?
Glad it's only once a month. That you get a big amount of it in there.
Once road and bridge gets filled, the box gets deeper.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Now, this is another one that's by itself, correct?
I think so.
I assume it is.
Yeah. Right on my face, yeah.
That on mine too.
We've got a whole bunch of vouchers yet to be signed here. Not a whole bunch. I think they're a separate group.
Yeah. that stack there. And this is a separate stack also. Here's the cover sheet for that.
Did you already discuss the applicant?
No, we haven't.
That's one.
No, I meant for the hospital board.
Oh, no, we haven't.
Is that a basket?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yep. Is that the end of it then?
That is the end, yep.
Not till you get to that though, I guess, right?
Well,
Well,
yeah.
I don't know, they were all in there, but they're different groups, so.
Say that again.
She thought that all the different groups should have been turned one way or the other. I mean, they all, this last stuff was all in that basket, but
Okay.
in different groups. So. I don't want to mess anything up.
Angie? So, all this stuff,
It will go in this basket.
everything down here,
But I wanted to keep the two stacks separate. So, if you were able to.
Yeah.
But if you've already started.
no, I had,
No,
No, I think they have.
there's one stack, there's another stack.
Okay?
and this was the last stack out
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
basket.
and we'll just alternate them when we put them in the
Okay,
basket.
all right.
And I put my pen down.
And, Park Company here for short. When you go to that stack, here's your other stack.
Okay.
I've been trying to,
This is
the box. I've been trying to pay attention.
No, I turned them all upside down, let's go, that's a different stack than that stack.
Okay.
This, everything starting here comes out of the box.
Tell me to hurry up and get this one done.
Huh?
Tell me to hurry up and get this one done.
No. You're fine, you gotta give me time to. Stretch my legs and take me break.
All right. I take it this belonged to somebody at one time?
Oh, that's one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just got mixed up.
It did. I thought I moved everything to the back of it.
That's the end of that.
This is the start of a new stack.
Yeah.
She did that in the past. She's been there a whole time.
Oh, yeah. Prior to you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's why some people at the end, when they leave, their signature is like this. Now you're handing exercise.
What's it? Is that just sales tax? Is that just a sales tax? I mean, it didn't have any description with it or anything other than.
Oh, see, when this is taken.
Oh, that's it. I'm sorry. You're right. He was one of the kids.
Got
Yeah.
awarded.
Yes, 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 yes.
I'm back, you guys can start over now. How was lunch? Good?
Yep.
Mine was good too. But I had to go home and put it in a new microwave it. Doctor it up a little bit. Nice leopard skin there, girl.
Yeah.
Look like some movie star I'd seen running around on the big screen.
Hardly.
Well, remember, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, not the beholdee.
Assuming you were going to saw it. No, I didn't see this one, Mark.
And the pool water was really nice this week.
Thank you, Mark. No problem.
Didn't have that little chili spot on the top. Nice. I'll be back there about 5:30 today. How do you do? That's good. It is afternoon, isn't it? Pick that on.
For one of the students that are taking I think that's what it is. I understand you, that's.
All right.
Fit it in there, probably crosswise. Distinguish it a little. Yeah. Here's the last one.
Is this everything you stacked on? Yeah, it goes in that lot. Yes.
Okay, I mean,
Continue, yeah.
is it still coming or? is
Yes,
it-
it's still coming.
Okay.
What?
It's the one that gives you a couple of dollars, right? It's for him to give you money.
Yeah.
Restart and let it cycle through some updates. Safety truck over here. City marshal's not here.
Heidi, did you get that paperwork from me already?
No, you have my bill?
Huh?
You have my bill?
Yeah.
I left the bill up here for you to sign.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm looking for, and
Oh, what, the bill?
Yeah, it was for you. Did you go, Jessica?
Yeah, I put it in there for her. Sorry, did you need it
Okay.
now?
Just wanted a copy.
Okay. I'm sorry about that.
that's okay. I'm like, what did I do with that?
It's somewhere in here, right?
No, it was right
No, I
here.
know, I know.
Yeah, I know, I sent it on down the line, we're gonna search for it now for an hour. I hope not.
Right away.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess it's 1:00 if we want to, we've got review of comprehensive plan RFPs.
Mr. Chairman, if you'd kindly maybe put that on pause just momentarily. This computer is going through a firmware update.
Okay.
As, if you remember last week, Russ was gonna be a part of things, so I can't link him up
Okay,
until this is
so
done.
we're still making progress here, so we'll just put that on hold, and it's fine.
That's where we are. It's on computer issues.
I can't remember.
Just an attorney's trying to connect you. And that should say everything.
Not an IT person.
Yeah.
I do pretty well, because I have to do it in the courtroom. I can't control updates. I just
It was happening.
We've got one thing to have on. One opening.
Whatever.
Yes. So I guess maybe while we're waiting for a minute, we could talk about the hospital board appointments. We had the application number 1 and then application number 2 that just came in this morning. I guess we passed these around here earlier. See what everybody's thoughts are. Does anyone know applicant number 1? You do?
No, I do not. No.
Okay.
Applicant number 2.
Yeah.
I think everybody, about everybody, I don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know who that is?
I don't,
Oh,
but
All their numbers should be the same.
Number 2.
yeah.
Do you know number 2? No.
Known her about
Been in the community forever.
30 years. I forgot number. Why? Not sure who that is.
I'm good. The board wanted to change that process in any way, starting with this one, or there was mention previously about adjusting that application process some, and if that's going to occur, now would be a good time to do that, whether you, anybody who applies for an appointed board and ends up before you, and for transparency purposes, I know you're applicant 1 and applicant 2, but saying their name so that people know who's applied, and then when you make a decision, I don't know if that's a direction you want to go. You had mentioned, or there was conversation about tweaking the application process some and adjusting that for to get a little bit more information.
Okay.
I don't know if that needs to be done. That was what was recently discussed. And then the last thing is at least the conversation that occurred about having someone come in and give the board a pluribus on why they should be considered. That was less popular, but now is the time to do it. The hospital meeting is what, tonight?
Right.
So if you're gonna move forward, then you need to move forward, and I think you're setting that precedent. If not, the hospital board, the next meeting that individual, and they may not even be available tonight to be there, would be next month, so you're not necessarily in a hurry to make a decision, would be my opinion.
Right.
Unless they were gonna be there tonight. So you made an appointment, that appointment was rescinded, now you're trying to fill that open position.
As far as the applicant, I do not know. All I know is what's on paper. I haven't had a chance to look at anything. I'm comfortable with what I do know,
I'm the same way, Mark.
make that call, just 'cause we know that person better. Not give the other person an extra chance. And so we're just gonna, what Wade said about, community.
I mean, maybe that's the best route to go ahead and not worry about them trying to make the meeting tonight, we would just, and go ahead.
That would be my take on it, that, you're not giving
I agree.
other applicant ample opportunity to fill that position.
Okay, and then we'd go ahead and make those other changes to the process.
If that's what you wanna do, I mean,
Yeah.
if you're gonna do it, my opinion would be do it now.
Probably be good to do it now.
Sorry.
Oh,
Probably be good to do it now.
I'd say might as well
So we'd want to just invite them both in to come.
Yeah, do you do that executive or?
I don't think we'd go into exec, I mean, there's
It's-
schools of thought where you can't, my understanding is some do, but I think the instruction or the guidance out there is because we're an appointed board, you don't. And,
Yeah.
the only thing about having them come in is it may screw up, I mean, if they're working outside the home, that's going to be difficult to get someone to come in. I thought we talked about asking specific questions.
and that's fine, but this is a perfect example. You have two people, one you know, one you don't, and to give them both a fair shot, maybe. I mean, they don't have to come in, maybe they could appear by Zoom on the TV and just introduce themselves. It's not a...
Well, and I guess if they're not able to come, they're not able to come.
Sure, give that opportunity.
Would that be agreeable? I mean, that if they're not able to, then they've been given that opportunity.
I would just say to make it mandatory, they've got to come in if they're applying for a board that's.
Yeah.
Maybe
on
give that...
On the specific questions, I think that needs to be
Part of it.
part of it.
Yeah.
But I'm just more,
Know how we do that.
Give them the option to come in and introduce themselves and why they would be a good fit for this particular board.
and not make it mandatory just because they didn't show up.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I'd go,
Because there may be people you know and people you don't know, and you're automatically gonna exclude the people you don't know just by name and not give somebody the opportunity to say, hey, I just moved to the area, I have this experience, or I'd be a good fit for this reason.
Okay.
Yeah, rather than rush into it, you have a chance to actually do a little bit of research, find out.
Yeah.
I mean, we can do that on our own.
Yeah. So what do we need to do then? We need to contact them and try to get them on the agenda for next week or something?
If they can. And
Yeah.
or the following week, or the week after, because if they're not being appointed today, the hospital board meeting's today, then you got
Yeah.
just time.
We'll try to get it in the first couple though, so we got some time afterwards to
last Monday of the month, I think, is when the.
make our motion. Make our move, I mean. Okay.
And I did try to reach out to some other counties about questions for applicants, but a lot of them are the same about hours. I was gonna try to get a couple of larger counties, but I wasn't able to get anyone contacted,
Okay.
so to try to get something.
Yeah, get some more, get a little broader.
I think it's way better.
So we have Russ, but I'm not sure you can hear us. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So now I'm trying to get you on the screen.
Okay.
You may not have been told, Russ, but the computer had to go through a bunch of updates.
Okay. And it shows now, apparently.
I was curious on the K tags. How many vehicles have K tags?
Does it give a number on there?
Well, there's numbers, but I don't see,
How many numbers?
I don't see what it's linked to, like what vehicle or anything, so
I know we had,
I was curious.
yeah, we had, I think we put it on the, Traverse and the Edge.
There's just a couple vehicles.
Well, I think maybe the sheriff's office might have a couple in there too. I have to check to give you a correct number, but.
All right, I think we're, Russ, I think you're on the big screen in the commission room now.
Sounds good. Good afternoon.
You guys ready to jump on in? So, Russ and I have looked over and discussed the interviews that we've had, the questions we asked, plus the proposals. And the order that we would make a recommendation on who we would pick would be we would start with Marvin for the following reasons. Marvin has a zoning administrator experience, where Shockey didn't have anybody on staff for that. They didn't say they did. And then they're, you know, they seem like they were more rural communities than Shockey as well. So that was kind of the reasons why we picked Marvin first. And then of course Shockey we picked second because they do have a lot of staff members. They have CFS on staff as well. That's why we picked them in second place. They do have a lot of things they offer that you could add on as well. It just depends what you want in your plan. And then we thought Dick Horton would be last, our last choice.
Can you, I'm sorry, I don't have my, in the order that they came in and interviewed.
Okay, so the order they came in and interviewed was Shockey. We picked them to be, that's our second place recommendation.
That's our number one applicant.
That was your number one applicant. Number one was Shockey.
Marvin was the last one.
Marvin was the last one, and we picked them to be our, that would be our number one choice. And then Dick Horton was our second interview, and we picked them as last.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, going through the, like, Marvin.
Also, too, on Marvin, we would not ask them to do our zoning update. We'd ask Russ, obviously, to help us do our zoning update if we had to change our zoning because of our comp plan. But my plan on that would be, since we're changing with Russ now, is to kind of work with whoever we get on what we already have to make sure that we don't have to make too many changes in our current regs once we hopefully change them already.
Yeah, and I just noticed going through these that Marvin was more adept at on the county side rather than the city side. I mean, they did Ellis County, which has a population of 28,000. Jefferson County, which has a population of 18,000.
They're working on Jefferson right now, yeah.
Right, and then they had Clay County and Knox County in Nebraska, and both of those are respectively 8,000 population. So what they're dealing with is
smaller rural communities.
Smaller rural communities. And then the last one was Thayer County, Nebraska, which had a population of 4,800.
Yeah.
So the.
That was Marvin.
That was Marvin, yes. Shockey was mostly cities. I didn't see, from what I recall from their proposal, I didn't see any counties that they had actually finished work with yet.
It appeared like they were working maybe with Franklin County, possibly.
So that one, they haven't even finished the bidding process yet.
Right.
They put them on there as they're bidding that project, but it hasn't been on that one. So, but yeah, that would be the closest neighbor, if they do get their project.
If they do it.
Yeah, and theirs would be a revision to their existing comp plan, so, just for knowledge.
As far as those meetings to get community input, if I remember right, Marvin only had 4 of them down, is that right?
I was gonna say we should negotiate with them and tell them we want 6, because we have 6 cities.
Right.
And I feel like if we're gonna get our input, we need to go to each
I
city.
think he was open to that.
He was.
He was.
Because I asked that, because when I saw only 4, I I went ahead and asked it before you guys, sorry, I jumped the
No,
gun
you're
there.
fine.
But I have,
When you say negotiate, obviously that's gonna change costs just a little bit.
maybe, maybe not. I mean, it depends, because he said that, it might not change too much depending upon how many they can squeeze in a night, is what I heard from him, because he said that they would plan to, they're coming from Nebraska, obviously, that they plan to do something all day that day, and then have 2 meetings that night, so, which they usually only came twice, so they'd have to come, another day, but they'd already be here, so they wouldn't have to travel, they still have to, especially while they're here, but they wouldn't have to go back home and come back, kind of thing. They could do it all, hopefully, in 1 week, hopefully, kind of thing, so. Did I miss anything, Russ?
No, that's exactly kind of my thoughts. That's something that Heidi and I discussed this morning. I'm not sure what you all's impressions were coming out of the interviews, but to me, it lined up pretty quickly after Keith Marvin and his group's presentation last Tuesday. I wasn't getting a lot of good feeling necessarily about the respondents to the RFP after the first round of meetings. And then Marvin came in and kind of filled the gap that I was seeing in the first 2 interviews. Rural county planning experience. It may not seem to be a great bit of difference, and perhaps it's not, but it is significant, at least with the three respondents that we interviewed. While it's not a huge difference between city and county planning, there are just some fundamental differences with just a consultant's initial interaction with a rural county. So from that standpoint, and I think I mentioned this to Heidi, but the project manager, my assumption is that John Shepard will be the project manager, the primary author of the comprehensive plan if Marvin consultants are chosen. He has extensive knowledge. He was the past president of the APA, for whatever that's worth, but the American Planning Association Small and Rural Town Planning Division. So he has been exposed. Think of him as kind of the clearinghouse for a lot of rural comprehensive plan projects, kind of as a clearinghouse. So a great deal of experience, and we talked a little bit about this. I don't think anybody's first choice would have been an out-of-state consultant, but if we had to pick one, I think Nebraska would be the second best, between Iowa and Nebraska. As far as a Nebraskan that is going to understand the same ranching and farm concerns that we're going to have here in Kansas, they have a significant amount compared to the other 2 applicants, a significant amount of rural planning throughout the Midwest and some mountain states. Again, we're not necessarily looking for them to take something that worked in outside of Bozeman, Montana, and apply it to Coffee County, Kansas, but you do see a lot of different things. You have a broader view of what is impacting rural communities, the more rural communities that you work with across the country. So I think they have the right blend of out-of-state experience to bring to Kansas, at least at the discussion level. We're not asking them to necessarily, we will control what gets implemented in the plan or placed into the plan. But again, having that expertise come and speak to us about maybe we're thinking about something in a narrower fashion. Maybe we're not thinking of a particular topic that isn't on our radar but should be. So again, I think their focus on rural and small town communities and counties is obviously what sealed it for me. And then you start looking down at the second most logical line, and that is budget, proposed budget. Heidi, I think I'm still in a little bit of shock with some of these budget numbers. I was throwing out early on in the process that, we should probably expect around $50,000 budget to come in on something like this. I think I was probably $30,000 to $50,000 in my mind. I'm 56 years old. My mind's slowly leaving me, so maybe I'm way off the bat, but I don't think, $200,000, approaching $200,000 is what I would expect a consultant to charge the city of Topeka. A much more complex governmental machine, if you will, that needs that extra time because they have so many more departments. They have so much more population spread out in different areas of Topeka, as just an example. So Marvin was at least the most reasonable estimate. The only one that was sub $100,000, but again, I think outside of budgets, with or without the budget, I think Marvin provides, I think, the better relationship between Coffee County and their consultant. So from that, I'd answer any questions that you all may have. If anybody wants to tell me to go pound sand on my opinion, that's perfectly fine, but that's kind of where it shook out for me, and I think Heidi and I kind of, without really talking about it, felt the same way about all three consultants. So, again, Heidi had mentioned to me that she had looked and checked references. One of those reference checks was with Harvey County. I think they had worked with Dick Horton and just had some of this, I guess, negative experiences that I was kind of maybe seeing in their presentation. How much of this work would that group have done themselves? It seemed like they were trying to push off a lot of the importance of the comprehensive plan on this community survey. That's Dick Horton isn't doing that work. A third party's doing that work. So I was just kind of worried about their expertise is more in park and recreation planning, which is just a subpart, just a fraction of what goes into a county-wide community or a comprehensive plan. So I was worried about the expertise lining up, and I was worried about just what the work product was going to look like. And I think we found at least one negative encounter with Harvey County in utilizing them. Shockey, again, they're gonna produce a nice shiny object that they can put in their trophy case. A lot of these consultants need to do plans that look good. They need to do plans that will win them awards, so their trophy case gets full, so they can go on to the next community and get their project. Without them having at least a decent amount of county planning experience, I'm just worried about what we're going to get that would be usable in the future. Marvin, I think, again, comes back. They're used to creating this project type of product. They seem to have a good system of, after the project's over, maintenance with the county to make sure that it's up and running without necessarily charging. A lot of what I heard from Keith last Tuesday sounded a lot like me. So take that for whatever it's worth, plus or minus. But their approach is similar. Their approach and general philosophy to county planning is very, very similar to my own. So for whatever that's worth, that also played a part in me coming up with my rankings. So
I guess bottom line, that's where,
I thought the first company and the third company, Marvin, was Shockey and Silver, definitely in my opinion, the two that interviewed the best, and thought, maybe Shockey had an edge because they were a Kansas company and they'd already done work with CFS, but I understand all the things you're pointing out too that make more sense. So either one of those, I felt at the time, by far had the edge on their presentation.
So even though you have documents that CFS has produced already, that doesn't mean we couldn't utilize in the plan. We could get a copy of those and have Marvin incorporate the capital improvement plan.
Sure.
Isn't that what CFS did for us a couple years ago? So it's not like we couldn't utilize that document if you didn't go with Shockey, because you wouldn't have CFS. But
I guess what stuck out with me was the, and again, what Russ alluded to is it probably didn't make a lot of difference between city comprehensive plans and county comprehensive plans, but Marvin, by far, I mean, that
Yeah.
seems to be their expertise, is the county side of it. And I just think that's, I just think that's important.
It's the best choice.
Yeah.
I thought they had a very workable document in that one
Yeah,
that passed around here that our citizens of the community, or county can
Wasn't that
use their
Finerty?
salesperson.
Wasn't that Finerty County he handed out? I didn't see it.
I
Or
Douglas?
Ellis? Ellis, okay.
Right. Yeah, it was Ellis.
Ellis, okay.
Right.
So as far as Marvin goes, what, everything they listed in their proposed scope of services, is that pretty much everything you would expect in the plan? Is there anything else that sticks out that you would add, or did they basically cover all the bases?
I might field that really quick. I believe so. If you look at so there is always some type of kickoff, organizational, this is what we're getting ready to do over the next calendar year. Let's get excited about it. That's where you start drawing interest to cobble together your group of stakeholders. The community profile, I see that as more of the basic research that goes into a comprehensive plan. We have several different chapters. I think I typically have like 9 chapters. So we're talking about population, economic, community facilities, what the natural environment in Coffee County is all about, from soils to topography to drainage, parks and recreational opportunities. So that goes into that community profile. The envision section is the community engagement section. So that line item can typically vary wildly. Sometimes I utilize SurveyMonkey for my online surveys. There is no great one-stop fits all type of community engagement when we're talking about community surveys. So depending on how little or how maximal you want community engagement, if you want to have 10 different type of kiosk stands at the county fair to different cities' summer celebrations or however you want that, you can kind of grow or shrink the envision section of Marvin's fee as necessary. And then, of course, drafting the comprehensive plan in that type of situation. It all centers around how many edits. If you've got a disagreeable group of decision makers, both at the planning board and you all as county commissioners, there could be, and I often see at the end of a project, you'll get that document kind of spinning around because either nobody wants to make a definitive endorsement of it, or oftentimes it just goes through revision after revision. And so sometimes that actually creating the final draft of a plan, if everybody's rowing in the same direction, it goes smoothly. If, we get a situation, there's oftentimes situations that come out of left field that kind of extend the timeline of actually getting a comprehensive plan in front of you all for final adoption. And then the implementation fee there, that's, again, probably some of that is coming back to Coffee County, setting in front of you all during the adoption process. So, Marvin, or whomever the consultant is, would be there at the planning board's adoption or recommendation stage, and then probably come back to be in attendance for the presentation and adoption of the comp plan. So those numbers broken out in a very good, typical, standard structure for a comp plan. That's how I'm reading the breakout. Whether those numbers correspond to the hours needed to put those elements together is negotiable.
All right, thanks for that response.
Marvin also dealt with handled another county that had a nuclear power plant.
Is that Nebraska?
In Nebraska.
Yes.
So I mean, that's another thing to mention as well.
Yeah. And if I may just jump back in here really quick, talking about city-county differences. I think where I was trying to go with that was, it's the type of city. So, again, I would focus it more not on city-county like I had started at the start of this. I would break it out into rural versus urban. So Marvin, have a great expertise, maybe a singular expertise in mid to small rural or communities that are in the rural parts of state, not Lee Summit or Raytown or Olathe or Lawrence, Salina, some of these larger communities that just have a different character. So again, the city-county mix is fine. I think I was trying to paint a picture more of the rural focus, because those things are the real dividing line.
Sure.
Issues in Johnson County, Kansas simply don't apply to Coffee County, right, in many, many ways. So.
The other thing Marvin kind of gives you guys also, project approach, he kind of gives you, I call it a little bit of a recipe card. So it gives you something where you guys can follow along and make sure and hold them accountable for what they're doing. And if you go to the following page, it's got the proposed scope of services. Yeah, Shockey doesn't have something of that detail in there, so if you guys got questions, do we cover something or not cover something, you can kind of go back and look at this and give you that idea.
Okay.
So that gives you some, ways in which you can watch to make sure we're getting the money for a buck. To me, that meant a lot to me, having that in there,
Right.
to see that.
And we don't need the zoning part of it.
No,
Right, you and Russ.
we would rely
Right,
on Russ
right.
if that's okay with you guys.
Right, right.
I think he could do it for less than that too,
And
actually.
we're just talking about a comprehensive plan.
Correct,
That's our-
we are, yes.
that's our goal.
Yes, that was the only thing we asked for. He just apparently put that on, because usually with comp plans, you have to update your zoning regulations right afterwards, because you've changed ideal with your zoning. You do a comp plan usually, so not always.
Yeah, they work together, but doing zoning regulations before the comp plan, doing the comprehensive plan before the zoning regulations, doesn't really much matter. We will be doing the final leg of the zoning regulations following the comprehensive plan.
Right.
If nothing else, and there could be 4 or 5 different things that come out that shake out of this planning process, specifically as a result of community engagement. But we know that we're here having this conversation driven by the question on solar regulations. So we know that we're going to be doing a zoning regulation amendment
Afterwards.
right now. We don't the comp plan to tell us that. So we'll take the solar, whatever comes out in whatever direction you all give us to take on solar or any other renewable energy system, plus whatever shakes out of the comprehensive plan process, we will then, we're already set up and waiting to plug those into your zoning regulations. So that's not an issue one way or the other.
Mike, you're sitting back there. You got any?
From what I've seen, Marvin would have been my preference too, like you said. Shockey seemed to be more of a metropolitan, high population, big infrastructure.
Yeah, nothing against that at all. I mean, I think they probably run a good show. It's just,
But it's not Coffee County. We don't have that environment that they're obviously subjected to up there. Ours is more of a rural setting, like we've all agreed, and I felt that Marvin was a better fit as far as that, their mindset to keep it that way.
Sounds like we're all in agreement to me.
I like their relaxed approach.
Yeah.
The girls, when they came in, they were real bubbly and
Yeah.
real happy and everything, but I think that might be good in the metropolitan area. With Horton, when they mentioned that you were laying on or relying so much upon the questionnaires and then the hidden innuendos that they could put into questions, that really bothered me.
Yeah.
well, and then the fact that they were going to just send to
Only a select few people.
only a section of people, and that
Guaranteed
bothered.
400
Right,
responses.
right.
Yeah, that was.
And again, I'm not against, the surveys going out. I mean, I assume that,
They said they would give us 5,000
Right.
if we chose them.
Right.
And then we would have them distributed. It's
Sure.
up to you guys how you distribute it.
Sure.
I would suggest to everybody, would be my opinion.
oh, no, I agree.
And then we just have to figure out who you want to give it to. I would propose that you give it to, have it go to the cities and the cities get it to the county so we can get it back to.
But their reliability on the survey is just a little bitty part of that.
Exactly.
And the other one's
And
gonna
that-
be very large.
Right.
They also said that after they got their responses back, the initial, they would change them to make them where when they got the responses back, they might change the question. Because now, do you like solar? Maybe that was the
Sure.
question on it. The next one might be, where would it go at if you do like it or something? I don't know. I mean, I don't know how they had another example, but I
Sure.
can't
Right.
remember what it was.
I
So I
think
thought that adaption of questions would be a good thing to know what we want.
I think public input for this is very high priority for this.
Oh, I agree.
You can put it out there and give them the opportunity to have their input. If they choose to do it, great. If they choose not to do it, then obviously they've made a decision to not have their
Sure. But at least it's out there for them to.
transparency's
Yeah,
out there.
yeah.
So,
Carl, were you gonna say something?
The only thing I'd add, Marvin also stated they would go, everything we've learned in the last 2 years about our any of our utilities, whether it's water, electricity, natural gas, they would go out and seek that information to make sure they incorporate that.
Right.
Which is something that was very important to me that we had to take to the community to show that we know what resources we have, what we need to do to make things better.
I'm very comfortable with Marvin.
Connie, we had some concerns brought up by the public about public comments, and we made the statement at the beginning of the meeting. We welcome public comments, but we're gonna ask you to wait till the end of the meeting for those. I'm sorry, because you give us a lot of good input, but, sorry.
no problem. So, what's our next step on this?
So your next step would be to select somebody officially and make a motion that you.
Is it like a motion to move forward with negotiating with them?
Yes, that's what I would say, yes.
Because that's what it is, wouldn't
Yes.
it be as a negotiation?
Yeah, because in the fee, we may not need everything that they're proposing, that makes sense.
Sure.
So we might negotiate, we have this document, can we?
Or we may want to add something.
Exactly, you might want to
I
add a
mean,
little
it
bit,
could
something.
go either way.
Correct, yes.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion to move forward with negotiating with, beginning the negotiation process with Marvin Planning Consultants to, produce a Coffee County comprehensive plan. Is that?
That's what they'd be doing, yep.
I'd second
That's
that.
what they would be.
Okay.
Talk about second.
Yeah, it's been moved to, forward to begin the negotiation process with Marvin Consultants to produce a Coffee County comprehensive plan. Been moved by Peterson and seconded by Barker. We have any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Do you want me to?
Marvin Consult.
Oh, it's Marvin
Planning
Planning Consultants?
MPC?
So I'm sure everyone's okay with that corrected wordage.
That's what I said.
You guys want me to write the thank you and no thank you letters?
Yes, please. Sure.
I'll get those in.
Very good.
I'll bring you back. I guess I'll take Marvin to you. Is that how it works now, negotiation?
They'll probably put a proposed contract together. I'd say before it comes to the commissioners, it include me, you, and Russ. And then, once it's been vetted, then to bring it before the board and say, here's at least draft one to see if it needs the board's approval. If it does, then we can move forward from there.
Okay, I'll get started.
That sounds good.
Russ, thank you so much.
Thank you all, and have a good rest of your week. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks,
Have a
Heidi.
good rest of your day.
Thanks, Heidi. And Mike, thank you. And Carl,
Yeah.
everyone.
Well, is that the end of it? We get everything signed and
Unless you got something to your right there.
Did you do roundtable already?
No?
we have not. Tanya, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
I just need Russ's phone number.
I bet that somebody could probably get that. Well.
I'd like to talk to him,
Yeah,
and then he can talk to you guys.
yeah. Good. I know that, I don't know about this subject in general, but when we were on, doing all the work for the solar, Russ didn't take calls from the public, did he?
Not that I'm aware of. I'd encourage, you can talk to Heidi and then see if there could be some sort of communication. I don't know what that.
Yeah, see what you can work out, okay?
He's on a contract with the county, and anytime he's doing anything, it's basically a billable time period for the county. So if you have something, my suggestion would be if you have something you want passed on to him, talk to Heidi, and Heidi can disseminate that and then respond so that your information can make it to him and it can be responded to in a timely fashion. But I don't know if you can talk to her about calling him.
Okay. Well, since the last meeting, I actually did some research around the state. I called several counties that has had comprehensive plans done. And they, on their county websites, you can actually see, if they tell you how to get there, you can actually see their comprehensive plans already set up.
And you're right, you can print them off.
Yeah.
You know, I've got several, but.
And it was very educational for me to go see several of them.
Okay, very good. So, we usually leave you to last, but I already started, so we can
Okay.
start with you.
All right. Well, one thing I have is, I got an email from the hospital administrator, Stacy Augustine, wanting to do a work session with you guys, maybe on that Tuesday, February 18th, following any other appointments. So we could just push them back maybe, or if you want to do 1 o'clock, maybe, I don't know, or.
I like to designate 1 o'clock then.
Or we could push
Whenever
it to
it's
the
a slow
next
day, you
week. If that's not a good day, we could go to the next Monday.
I would rather not do a Tuesday.
Okay, I can let her know.
Oh, okay. Want to wait another week
We
then?
could wait one more week. That's fine.
Yeah,
I'll
I'd
let her
rather
know.
do it on a Monday.
Okay.
Start on the 24th then, maybe?
What is 17th?
President's Day.
17th is President's Day, we're closed,
Oh,
so,
okay.
but I can get the 24th probably.
That'd work out better for me,
Oh,
work-wise.
yes.
Okay. And then, out on your Canva, at the bottom of the page, under notes, I went ahead and listed what I thought would be dates we could do for checks and vouchers, so if you guys wanna look at those. I tried to do Mondays, if at all possible, following the meeting. There's a couple in March and June that look like they'd have to be on a Thursday. But, those can change too in the future if something's not gonna work out, but I went ahead and plugged those in for you so you have those. So,
Have a Tuesday there in May.
yeah, Tuesday in May, because we're closed Monday for Memorial. So, if that looks okay. or if he finds that something's not gonna work out, let me know, we can make changes, so.
Okay.
I just went
That would be fine.
half the year.
That's good.
And,
Monday's bad for me every week, so we
Yeah.
can't fix that.
so, otherwise, for now, that's all I have. So, and I will get the salary chart, I was working on it today, I pretty well have it done, but I wanna double check and make sure I didn't type something wrong, so.
Okay.
With the 3% added, so we'll have that for next Monday to approve.
Okay.
And then starting at the end of, middle of February, I think we'll send out for step increases and that sort of thing, so. And then the auditors will be here coming up pretty soon too, so. Moving right along.
Yeah, another year, right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't have anything. Steve, what do you got?
I don't have anything today.
Okay.
Mark? I've got something, and I've been thinking about this the last couple of months that I've been coming in and out. It happened this week. Hecate coming in at the last minute on Friday, putting in, wanting to be on the agenda, and it's not getting onto the public agenda on the board. I think there should be a cutoff somewhere in there before they get onto the agenda, especially if there's an action that needs to be taken during that time where everybody can be notified about it. And it can be publicized instead of right at the last minute on Friday with the meeting on Monday. I want to get on there real quick.
Right.
And I know on the bottom of when Angie puts out that the agenda subjects change until the actual meeting time, that's pretty difficult. Especially if there's going to be an action topic.
Can I say one thing?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Part of the problem that it didn't get on the county website is my fault. What the gal I have do that for me was out sick Friday.
I'm not blaming you,
No,
but
yeah.
I've seen it earlier in the
okay.
year when I started watching it. I'm like, man, that's putting it right up to the end. It's like, you know, you go into a news cycle, and news cycle's in a week, and nobody knows about it until they roll back on Monday. So I just think that maybe there needs to be a cutoff if you want to be on, say, Monday's agenda. You need to have it into your office, say on a Thursday or something, so that can get out.
Yeah, I mean, we used to cut off by Thursday at the latest, but there's always some stragglers that come in, it seems like, and like I said, this time it was error on our part, but we usually try to make sure it's out there and stuff, so. But yeah, so whatever you guys wanna do,
I
just let
guess
me
we
know.
can all think on that, or whatever you guys wanna do, yeah.
I'm for cutoff on Thursday, but, you know, there's people that say, oh man, I'm gonna do that, and I forgot, so they come in on Friday.
On another side of that, we meet every week. I mean, 7 more days is not gonna kill anything, it's that.
Typically not, no. I mean, so, end of the day, Thursday or something?
That's what it used to be, wasn't it?
Yeah. Does that sound?
Can I throw out a hybrid?
Sure.
I know from county business standpoint, sometimes you don't know you need to be on the agenda until the last minute on Friday, so a lot of things you'll see from the county side where business, something needs to be brought before the board on a Monday and you don't know, or it doesn't finally come together until Friday. I'd suggest a hybrid where if it's county related that deals with county business and operation, then for Friday, I mean,
Or like a road and bridge you're talking about.
it's
Something like.
in-house, but if it's something on the outside that is an action item or somebody that appears they're trying to get on the agenda last minute, then they get bumped to the next agenda so that it can be publicized and there's enough notice.
Yeah.
Because I could see that becoming an issue for county business, something that's become before the board.
That needs to be taken care of.
That does make sense, yeah.
I'd be good with that.
Yeah, I'm happy with that, I can see that, something
Okay.
So just,
going on.
So would the policy be that public, how would you word that? Public needs to, you know, the deadline, the end of
Business
business.
outside county business.
Yeah, something, whatever, how the best way to word that is, yeah.
If it's doesn't have to do with anything that's internal. So, is the way, because Ryan could have something he needs brought up, and it comes up on Friday, so it has to do with the operation of a department. I don't know how to word it myself.
Because things can happen on Saturday or Sunday that he might need to bring to us on Monday, as an example.
Yeah, you gotta close the bridge, right?
Yeah, right.
But general public presentations or notifications to the board, you have that deadline at 5 o'clock on Thursday.
That sounds good, yeah.
That sounds great to me.
Okay.
So should I add that to the bottom of the agenda, just for notification?
Yeah, if you wanna,
And that would be publicized when you put it out on the webpage.
yeah, if you wanna, however you wanna word it, have Wade help you word it, whatever we need to do. That'd be great. You have anything else, Todd?
No, that's it.
Okay. I think that's a good suggestion.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Bowie?
Something you would have asked me this morning, because I have a 15-minute executive session to cover attorney-client, myself and the board, and it's a draft of a proposed lease agreement for 407, 405, Neosho, the Maribel's building.
On the second, I gotta get you.
So do you, no reason we can't do it now, is there?
So, people are packing up their stuff and ready to go.
Won't be the first time you're a party pooper.
Wade, can you tell me again what that is for? Attorney-client privilege?
Yep.
And related to what? I'm sorry, Maribel?
It's legal advice related to a draft lease agreement.
You want 15 minutes, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Got a motion to enter into executive session for 15 minutes to include each of the commissioners, county councilor Wade Bowie, to discuss matters deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship regarding legal advice related to the draft lease agreement for Maribel under the Kansas Open Meetings Act, KSA 75-4319B2.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Has been motioned by McCurry and seconded by Barker. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Yes, we will,
15 minutes?
yeah, we'll go in at 1:59. Yeah.
Just Tom, you didn't say? Yeah.
Pitch Tom.
Are you hot?
No. It doesn't take too much for me to get too hot. No, you're good. You're
I
good.
tried to.
I don't need you over there shivering. I asked her if she wanted me to get the fan out.
This
turn the
window,
fan on.
yeah, this window is really cold back here.
Oh, yeah.
I think the air kicked on or something. It's like, oh my gosh. I was gonna get my coat. And I was like, ugh.
They actually went better than I thought.
Today? Yeah. I thought
I figured we'd be here till 4 o'clock.
I really thought so too.
I guess we're not done yet.
No, Wade may have something else.
We've got chapter 2 for it on, so you don't have to smack it like you used to do me.
Go for it. Update from last executive session, no action is being requested to be taken. However, just for a reminder, the building or buildings formerly known as Mirabella's 407, 405 Neosho, the county pursued foreclosure. It even goes as far back to tie in the Lyon County State Bank action that the county took to buy them out, as well as the city of Burlington. And the foreclosure included all three. There was a public auction in late November, and then the most important component of that, just as a reminder, is the 120-day IRS redemption period that's still ongoing for the county to protect its interest in that property that it is now the owner. The county does have the ability to protect its interest by pursuing a lease or agreement to have somebody in that property that would cover. It's better than having an empty building, I guess is the best way to put it. So that is the type of agreement that I'm working on and trying to iron out the details. It's one of those situations where somebody has to be willing to go in with the understanding the IRS could come in and intervene during that redemption period and basically say that's ours, if they're wanting to clear the county's interest in it and what the county is due and owing. If somebody is willing to assume that risk, then that's something the county should listen to. So somebody could be in that property, taking care of that property, paying the utilities for that property, and potentially, because it was set up as a restaurant, has the equipment to operate as a restaurant, potentially is also paying the taxes associated with running a business, which is obviously a benefit to not only the city of Burlington, but the citizens of Coffee County as a whole. So that's just a quick summary. No action is being requested. It's the development of that agreement, what that looks like, so it can be presented when it's ready to go. Is that a good
summary? Good
Okay.
summary, William.
Speaking of agreements, and while sitting here thinking about this agreement, we're soon going to be approaching, if you remember, the north property, the Bailey, commonly known as the Bailey property. There's land that surrounds that property that for the last two years, maybe even 3, has been the subject of a lease agreement, and that lease agreement has been tied to Jeff Knight, is that right? And going back in time, the reason why Jeff Knight was selected is he had a long-standing agreement with the Baileys who own the property, and the idea was that the CHIPS side of things was going to move forward, and the anticipation was it was going to move forward within that first lease. Then there was no need in putting it out for bid. Well, here we are, and we're still waiting on word reference the CHIPS project. And last year, when this topic was brought up, the comment was made about if we get to this point, this next calendar year, that it should go out for bid, and there should be an opportunity to bid, to lease that, or to pay that property. So that's kind of where we are right now. I don't know what that timeline is, because that's not an area that I fully know.
Well, I mean, there's time, but we just want to do it as soon as possible, so people could make plans. I've kind of been, because of my business history, I've kind of been asked if I'd deal with that, which I have, since I've been on here. I guess my thought process was that we make a bid for everything, for the grass and the farmland. We have it in the bid None of the grass can be tore up, you know, that if you're gonna farm or something, it's gonna be the existing farm ground. But no liability to the county if the project does, or any project advances, and some of your crop gets tore up. I compared it like to leasing government ground in the floodplain.
In the floodplain,
Here's
right.
the land, and if something happens, that's just part of your risk. Now that was my initial thought, just to make it easy for us, so there's no bickering, no nothing. Here's what you're gonna pay to use it, subject to, you know, if you lost some, if we're gonna make it a dollar bid, then I guess it would just be a loss if you didn't have anything, or if we went by the acre, you know, and just called it total acres, farm ground and grass, and if X amount of acres get destroyed or you're unable to use, then your rent gets deducted by that amount of acres. I guess that was kind of the process I was thinking, and you just take it, you know, the person that's leasing it just takes it at their own risk, you know. I don't know that anything would happen, would be very, in my idea, it'd be a small chance that anything would happen would disturb a summer crop this year. You know, somebody wants to sow it down to triticale or something and raise it for hay, or if they want to plant a crop to be harvested this fall, but, you know, 1 year lease, it's over with after harvest this fall. That was kind of my thoughts.
Yeah, because if you lease cold ground, I mean, you're risk of flooding on cold ground.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
I mean,
people can calculate what they want to bid, you know. So, has anybody got any thoughts on that, or?
You know more about me.
Well, I mean, you know, somebody got something that we'd already put in there, you know, we want to try to make the best agreement we can for everybody involved, you know.
So it has been a dollar figure per acre the last two leases.
Right.
If I remember right, what was it, 80 an acre or something?
$30 an acre on the grass, and they did shares on the farmland. The farmland wasn't farmed this last year for that reason, because we thought there was a good chance something would happen, and we didn't renew any of that.
And we don't want to run shares, I mean, we.
No, I think we
Just cash for it all.
The only thing that kind of came to my mind is we probably need to determine, like, the area around the house, you know, okay, guys, you're gonna hay this. You're gonna hay it up to where they're mowing the yard? I mean, you know, that shouldn't be a conflict. The yard portion's gonna be mowed and everything, so we just all hay meadow and you know, give them an approximate acreage of what that is to go on. But I guess my thought is they just bid so many dollars for the whole thing, and or maybe we want to split it out by the acre, use total acres, and if they had some acreage destroyed, then we're unable to hay, we'd take that off of the lease. Maybe that'd be the most fair way.
I'm good with that. However you can line it up.
Okay. So.
I'm sure the GIS can tell you how many acres is hayed.
Yeah. If we get that FSA or whatever.
Yeah, something.
Get that, so. I'll get to work on that, because I was really hoping we'd find something out here. We haven't, and, you know, and we're definitely not out of time by any means. I mean, you know, you could rent it 1st of May and you'd be okay probably, but people just well know so they can make plans.
Sure.
Sooner the better.
Yeah.
How many acres of grass is it?
I cannot remember. He ended up paying us more than what we rented to him because
there was
he
more.
hayed the stuff around the farm ground on the east part.
Right.
So both years we got way more than what the contract called for that he paid us, so.
But it should go out for bid, and there should be an opportunity for
Right.
people to chime in and hopefully take advantage of it. Well, I'll have to get with you to go through and figure out what that terminology is, because
Yeah, I'll try to get the acreage and figure out how we want to describe that, and then get with you and we can work on how to word it, okay? But
We have the two or three, I think it's two previous agreements that basically started, and then at harvest, as soon as it's harvested, then the agreement ends.
Right.
It has
I
to be
mean-
renewed each year.
I guess that's my thought, that we want to just do it a year at a time and that's it.
Makes sense.
So that would exclude, in my mind, that would exclude them sowing any wheat or anything, so.
Okay, well, I just wanted to bring it up.
Yeah, that way we're not tied up, you know.
And if anybody's watching and they are curious about, they haven't heard anything about that,
Yeah.
it's a topic of discussion.
I've been working on it up here, but not much anywhere else before, okay?
Sounds like a plan.
Outside of that, that's all I have for now.
Anybody else have anything?
I did just have one question. Okay, so if I just put on the agenda, deadline to be placed on the agenda is each Thursday by 5 p.m. Is that good?
Okay.
And then I can let departments know if there's an emergency and they need, we
Yes.
can add them.
I don't even know if it's an emergency, I think just by the end of the week, a lot of things come to a head on Friday, and you realize, I probably need to put this on the agenda.
So do we need to have some wording that addresses that then, accepting
I think
internal issues or?
internal county agenda items related to internal county
Probably better say something, or
Operation.
somebody will pick up the, you know, that stuff might be added after that. We try to explain it as well as possible.
I just think as long as it deals with internal county operations, then it can be added up until, I guess, there's times right before the meeting that it can change because it's that type of a topic. Now, that's very rare, but it has happened.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm okay with, I like at least having a deadline of Friday,
Sure.
even by noon, because sometimes people leave or going out of town or whatever, so we kind of need a deadline. But if I say until the meeting time, everything will then be at the meeting time. So I really would like to have,
So say 2 o'clock on Friday. That way, it's 2 o'clock. Okay?
yeah,
For in county.
For in county stuff.
up until 2 p.m. But if I gave everyone the opportunity to be added up until the last minute, I promise
Got
you,
something for you this
everyone would
morning.
be, there would be nothing on the agenda ever in the newspaper. So, even for county stuff.
Sure. No, I know Friday's the hot time.
Yeah.
I've been there.
And I did want to say, Todd, earlier, when I was talking about my employee being gone, I was in no way blaming her either. I was just saying,
Blaming anybody.
no, I know, but I just wanted you to know, because I know people are watching on YouTube, I would never blame my employees for anything. It's just something I don't typically put on the website, and so it just escaped my mind. So I just want to clarify that, because I didn't want people thinking I would be blaming my Casey.
Yeah, very good. So we have our 13th and first month down here a little bit, right?
Yeah.
We are.
Yeah, go ahead. Anybody else have anything? I guess if not, I guess we will, gosh, can't think of the word now. Adjourn at 2:34 p.m.
I was like, more company thought it was rooms till 4.